On behalf of the Philippine Institute for Development Studies, I extend our warmest welcome and sincerest appreciation to all our partners, colleagues, and distinguished guests from government, development organizations, academia, civil society, and the private sector. In particularly, we acknowledge our partners from the UNFPA, United Nations Population Fund, represented by Ms. News Barnabu, country representative, and Ms. Lavina Vieira Madrid, the development policy analyst. The Australian government, represented here by Mr. Peter Adams, the development counselor, and also Ms. Claire Boyer, the second secretary of the embassy also as well. And the University of San Carlos Office of Population Studies, represented by Dr. Judith Borja, our lead investigator and former director of the Office of Population Studies, and Dr. Alex Herin, consultant and senior fellow of also San Carlos. And the many institutions represented here today whose continued commitment to evidence-informed policymaking has made this forum possible. We also thank our speakers, moderators, and discussants, Yusek Fita Aldaba of DepEd, Director Angelo Mantaring, Yusek Lisa Grace of DepEd as well, Yusek Lisa Grace Barsales of the Commission on Population and Development, Yusek Angelo Tapales of the Council for the Welfare of Children, Asek Roger Manapol of the DepEd, Mr. Nicolas Tanesas of UNICEF, Congresswoman Renee Luis Coff, the Kabataan Party List, Ms. Janet Lawin, also of and also Mr. Alfred Gurlia of the DSWD. Again, our sincerest thanks to all and a pleasant morning to everyone. Understanding the lives of Filipino adolescents requires more than a snapshot in time. It requires understanding their journeys. Every adolescent story is shaped by a series of interconnected events and experiences, from early childhood conditions and family environments to opportunities in school, exposure to risks, access to support systems, and the broader socioeconomic realities in which they grow. These experiences accumulate over time, influencing not only their present well-being, but also outcomes in education, health, employment, and productivity. Thus, this forum's theme of Ugnayan, the interconnectedness of experiences across a life course, is at the heart of today's forum. For over a decade, the Philippines has pursued its goals of development, including commitments embodied in the Sustainable Development Goals. Yet, as we approach the final stretch of the 2030 Agenda, an important question confronts us. How are Filipino adolescents truly faring, and what evidence can guide us in supporting them more effectively? Today's forum, therefore, seeks to answer that question. To the Longitudinal Cohort Study on the Filipino Child, LCSFC, one of the most comprehensive longitudinal studies ever undertaken in the country, supported by the UNFPA, researchers have followed the same cohort of Filipino children across adolescent years. This unique data set allows us to move beyond describing outcomes and begin understanding pathways, how early life circumstances shape later opportunities, vulnerabilities, and life trajectories. Such evidence remains rare, not only in the Philippines, but across many developing countries. Longitudinal data allows us to see what cross-sectional surveys often cannot, in looking at dynamic processes through which human development is built. Risks emerge, resilience develops, and inequalities persist or widen over time. Longitudinal surveys have the ability to identify causal pathways and trajectories rather than pinpoint simple correlations. And they are particularly useful as they allow researchers to better capture heterogeneity and dynamic vulnerability. For PIDS, the work reflects our broader mandate of generating rigorous and policy-relevant research that informs national development. As a country socioeconomic policy think tank, we recognize the investments in children and adolescents are among the most consequential investments a nation can make. The well-being of today's adolescents will shape the productivity, health, and social cohesion of tomorrow's Philippines. This morning, we will hear findings from the latest LCSFC mid-report, providing a comprehensive picture of Filipino youth as they navigate critical transitions in education, work readiness, mental health, and sexual and reproductive health. These findings offer valuable insights into the state of adolescent development and the challenges that remain in achieving our national development goals. And in this afternoon, we will delve deeper into two important and often difficult issues affecting young Filipinos: the impact of parental violence on educational outcomes and the experiences of bullying and domestic violence among adolescents of diverse sexual orientation, gender identities, and gender expression. While these topics may be challenging, they are essential to understanding the realities faced by many young people and to designing policies that leave no one behind. Taken together, these studies to be presented remind us that adolescent well-being cannot be addressed through isolated interventions. Education, health protection, social support, and economic opportunity are deeply interconnected. Progress therefore requires collaboration across sectors, institutions, and disciplines. And this is also very important because, as we know, we are seeing a significant decline. So I hope that I'm correct, Yusek Bersales, that the fertility rate has declined over just one generation from 4.1 per female for one. Now I think it's 1.7 in the survey. So therefore, this significant decline challenges the country to adapt by investing more in adolescents and children and supporting families. Evidence alone does not create change, but evidence can illuminate problems, challenge assumptions, identify solutions, and better plans. It is our hope that today's discussion will contribute not only to a deeper understanding of Filipino adolescents, but also to stronger and more responsive policies and programs that support them throughout their life course. On behalf of the PIDS, I extend my gratitude to our researchers. We have here in the afternoon who will be presenting. So, Dr. Val Ulep and also Mr. Lyle Casas, who will be providing the report on the violence among the youth. And also this morning, there will be two presentations by Dr. Borja and Dr. Hirin on the LCSFC. So we thank our partners, discussant participants for your continued commitment to advancing knowledge and improving the lives of Filipino children and adolescents. We are hopeful that today's forum encourage meaningful dialogue, inspire new partnerships, and strengthen our collective efforts toward building a future where every Filipino adolescent has the opportunity to thrive. Maraming salamat at magandang umaga po sa ating lahat.
Thank you, Dr. Tuanyo, for also emphasizing the challenge that we face today. How are our Filipino adolescents faring, and highlighting the importance of evidence-informed policymaking. This forum would not have been possible without the support of the United Nations Population Fund. To deliver the message of commitment, let us all welcome Ms. Neos Bernabu, UNFPA's country representative in the Philippines. Let us give her a round of applause.
Good morning. Dr. Philip Tuanyo, President of the Philippine Institute for Development Studies, our distinguished partners from the Commission on Population and Development, Yusek Lisa Bersales, and the Commission on the Welfare of Children, Yusek Angelo Tapales. Our research partners from USC, OPS, UPPI. I'm always struggling with acronyms in this country, I have to say, so sorry if I'm not pronouncing it that well. And RIMCU, as well as our value development partners, the Australian government. Thank you, Claire, for coming and for all the support, and UNICEF. Distinguished representatives from government, academia, civil society, and development institutions. It's a pleasure to join you today and reiterate our commitment as UNFPA to advancing evidence-based analysis and policy action for young Filipinos And I would like to take some minutes to reflect about the theme today, Ugnayan. And I really feel that Tagalog has this wonderful vocabulary that it allows us to find in a simple and powerful word a very complex concept. So I learned that Ugnayan means connection. interconnectedness. No? So it's a very complex idea. No? But it's very relevant for the forum and for the study that we are presenting today, because the message is very clear in the Longitudinal Cohort Study for Filipino Child. The message is that any stage in life can be isolated. We cannot see that as an isolated stage of life. So the conditions that experience in childhood influence adolescence development. And those experiences also shape future outcomes and opportunities. This is the clear message. No? For UNFPA, a core part of our mandate is helping governments better understand population trends and dynamics and what this means for policy, planning and investment decisions. This is reflected in our strategic plan, in our outcome 4, when the application of demographic intelligence to build equal, sustainable, and resilient societies. And this is a relevant conversation for the Philippines today, and you were mentioning that with a large youth population, the country has a significant opportunity to realize the demographic dividend. But we know that this is not automatic. No, we know that we will realize that this dividend if young people are healthy, are educated, protected, skilled, and empowered to become productive members of society. This is why investing in adolescents and youth is both a social and economic imperative. And let me share something that I learned some days ago. I was able to know about the Narra tree, the national Filipino tree, and that it's a symbol of durability and resilience, and with the strong roots, towering size, value wood, flagon flowers, these yellow flowers and fruits. And I think it's the metaphor. What we want is that every young person in the Philippines is a Narra tree that has strong roots, that can grow up and can achieve its full his or her full potential. And for doing that, we need to take care. We need to protect them. And for this reason, it's very important to understand the challenges that they are shaping their young people's trajectories. So that is what the study is showing us, that disadvantage is rarely caused by a single factor. More often, vulnerabilities intersect and accumulate over time. Again, the concept of Ugnayan. Poverty, disruptions in education, mental health challenges, exposure to violence, and early pregnancy or union can reinforce one another and significantly shape life outcomes, especially for young people who already face structural barriers, such as children with disabilities, indigenous youth, adolescents in geographically isolated areas, or those living in conflict-affected communities. Understanding these pathways matters because they directly shape human capital. Again, young people who remain healthy, protected, and on track in school are far more likely to transition successfully into productive adulthood, while those who fall behind early often face compounding disadvantages later in life. This is why this study is so important. Data on this scale and depth remain rare in the Philippines, and I would say in other countries of the world. This study is very unique. By following the same group of children over a 15-year period, the study provides a unique foundation for evidence generation and allows us to move beyond assumptions and reactive responses toward more forward-looking, evidence-informed policies and programs. Throughout today's forum, we will hear important insights from the MIT study report and related research that deepen our understanding of the realities facing Filipino adolescents, from education and learning transitions to mental health, sexual and reproductive health, protection and inclusion. What the emergency evidence increasingly shows is that these are not separate issues. They are deeply interconnected. Again, Ugnayan. What makes the longitudinal cohort study especially powerful is not only the breadth of its dates, but the nature of the evidence it provides. It's a conventional survey. If a conventional survey gives us a snapshot of a young person at one moment in time, the longitudinal cohort study allows us to follow the story behind this snapshot. A single data point may tell us whether a child is in the school, whether they are healthy or whether they face certain risk, but it cannot fully tell us how they arrived there, what barriers they encounter, or at what point interventions could have changed their trajectory. That is what makes longitudinal evidence so powerful. It helps us to understand not only who is vulnerable, but when vulnerabilities begin to emerge, where young people start to fall on track, and how smart policies and interventions can still make a meaningful difference. And why this is important and so important now? This matters greatly because we are now less than 4 years away from the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals deadline. We already have growing evidence on the challenges facing Filipino adolescents and young people. The question now is whether we will act on the evidence with sufficient urgency. Will we invest where evidence tells us to invest? Will we prioritize those most at risk of being left behind? These are the questions that we need to take action urgently. Today, UNFPA reaffirms its commitment to advancing a stronger evidence-based analysis and policy action for adolescents and youth development in the Philippines and toward the 2030 agenda. We need to use evidence, we need to act now. Let us ensure that the evidence we discuss today translate into smarter policies, stronger programs, and better outcomes for every young Filipino. Let's cultivate a forest full of narratives. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Ms. Bernabu, for reiterating UNFPA's commitment. We will now proceed to our next session. The discussion this morning will be anchored on the Longitudinal Cohort Study on the Filipino Child, or LCSFC. To give us an overview of this important study, may I now call on Ms. Ravina Vieira Madrid, Development Policy Analyst from the UNFPA. Okay, so good morning, everyone. Before we dive into this morning session, I'll provide a brief introduction of the LCSFC. It's about why it matters and why it is an important evidence for the Philippines, as Aeneas mentioned. Okay. We have the slides. Okay, all right. So there, here's my slides. Just a brief snapshot. So again, the LCSFC is a 15-year flagship initiative made possible through a long-standing multi-stakeholder partnership. It is supported by the Philippine government through an interagency national steering committee body, and this is chaired by the Department of Economy, Planning and Development. The NSC is also composed of various social sector agencies whose mandates directly shape child and adolescent well-being.
And as our country representative mentioned, this study is supported by the Australian government, our partners from UNICEF, and other development partners who continue to invest in this long-term evidence agenda. And the implementation is being led by USC Office of the Population Studies, together with a consortium of the leading demographic research institutions across Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. And beyond the logos that are flashed here, I would say that the real heart of the study lies in the thousands of Filipino children and families who have entrusted us with their stories over the years. So, in terms of, all right, can we go to the next slide? Okay. So in terms of the study design, the cohort study has two components. The first one is the longitudinal survey, which again follows the same group of Filipino children from age 10 in 2016 through young adulthood in 2030. So each survey wave collects multi-level data, not only on the child, but also on their household and community environment. So this allows us to examine how broader social and economic context shape development over time. And the quantitative component is complemented by qualitative studies which focus on adolescents from marginalized sector, including young people with disabilities, those belonging to indigenous communities, LGBTQIA adolescents, and those in conflict-affected areas. So for today's session, the findings presented are drawn primarily from the quantitative surveys across the first 7 waves, allowing us to track how this cohort has transitioned from childhood into late adolescence. So on the next slide, the study was conceived at a critical moment in the country's development. So the implementation of the SDGs from 2015 to 2030, this coincides with the Philippines' projected youth bulge, which is a period wherein a large share of the population is entering working age. And this situation presents both an opportunity and a challenge. A large youth population can become a powerful driver of economic growth, and it can generate what we call the demographic dividend. But then again, that dividend is never automatic. It depends on whether today's young people transition into adulthood healthy, educated, skilled, and empowered. And so this is where the LCSFC becomes especially valuable. The next. This study was designed to put a human face to the SDGs by, again, following the same group of Filipino children across their critical transitions from childhood up to young adulthood, or up until they reach the age of 24. And this allows us to observe not just outcomes, but the pathways behind them. So we can see how major life transitions unfold from puberty and schooling transitions to work, relationships, and eventual family formation. And at its core, the study helps us understand when trajectories begin to diverge, what factors shape those transitions, and where interventions can matter most. Again, the study collects data across 13 of the 17 SDGs, with particular focus on goals 1 to 5, that is poverty, hunger and nutrition, health, education, and gender equality. And at the core of all these indicators, the main focus is on human capital. So and when we talk about human capital, this refers to the capabilities that allow people to thrive and contribute productively to society. And this includes education and skills, but it also includes good physical health, mental well-being, knowledge, and agency. And this human capital is built over time. It strengthens or it erodes depending on the opportunities and risks that children experience across their life course. And this is why the cohort study matters for the demographic dividend discussion, because the question is not simply whether Philippines has a large youth population, but the critical question that we need to reflect and to address is that are we investing enough to ensure that this generation grows into healthy, skilled, and empowered adults who can drive the country's future productivity? Okay, and so with that, one of the reasons the LCFC is particularly valuable is because the cohort that we are following represents a very distinct generation of young Filipinos. They are the first full K-12 cohort in the Philippines, and this means that they are transitioning into adulthood under a very different educational and economic context compared to the previous ones, the previous generations. They also passed, they passed through, they experienced critical development years during the COVID-19 pandemic. So a period that significantly disrupted learning, social development, and skill formation. So these structural shifts taken all together, this matter because this generation is expected to form a major part of the country's future workforce. And by 2040, this cohort and their peers, they could comprise roughly around 37% of the Philippines labor force. So in many ways, they will form the backbone of the country's demographic dividend, which means that their transition outcomes, whether they complete schooling, whether they acquire the relevant skills and successfully enter productive work, will have long-term implications not only for their individual futures, but for the country's economic future as well. So again, bringing us to the bigger picture, we are currently within a narrow but important demographic window. Over roughly this 15-year period, we have that opportunity to convert our large youth population into stronger economic growth, but whether we capture that dividend, it heavily depends on what happens during adolescence and early adulthood. So if young people transition into adulthood healthy, educated, with all the needed human capital investments, the country benefits from a stronger and more productive workforce. But if these transitions are disrupted, again by learning loss, by poor health, malnutrition, violence, or early school dropouts, we risk weakening human capital and missing that opportunity altogether. So the next a few slides is just summarizing or a preview of what the deeper findings would be discussed by Dr. Borja and Dr. Helene. So what have we learned so far after 7 waves or almost 8 to 9 years of following this group of children? So the study stresses that adolescent development is shaped not only by individual characteristics, but also by the environments and systems around them, within the household, the school, the community, and the broader social context. And this means that outcomes in education, health, aspiration, and behavior are rarely driven by a single factor. Rather, they reflect the cumulative influence of experiences and conditions over time. And this becomes especially important during adolescence, which is a period of rapid transition when opportunities can expand, but existing inequalities can also become more pronounced. And a second core insight that we see is the interconnected nature of vulnerabilities. What we observe is that risks affecting young people often do not occur in isolation, but they tend to overlap and reinforce one another. For instance, challenges in one domain, such as poor nutrition or food insecurity, they spill over into other domains, affecting school performance, physical and cognitive development, and psychosocial well-being. And similarly, exposure to violence, economic hardship, or experience of early work can influence mental health, behavior, their long-term aspirations, and future opportunities. So what this tells us is that adolescent outcomes are shaped not only by the presence of individual risks, but by how these risks cluster together and accumulate over time. So let me end with this summary slide, which gives us a high-level view of what we are seeing across adolescents from ages 10 to 18. So the purpose here is not to go through every indicator, but to frame adolescence as, again, a period of connected transitions in the body, in school, in relationship, in the health habits, and eventually in the move toward adulthood. So at age 10, many children, they appear relatively stable. Most are still in school, and major adult roles have not yet emerged. But the data already show that adolescents are starting from very different conditions. At age 10, 30.6% were already stunted, 15.8% had already experienced work, and many had experienced hunger or other forms of deprivation. And these early disadvantages matter because they may shape how young people experience the next stages of adolescence. And as they enter puberty and early adolescence, they begin to experience rapid physical, emotional, and social changes. And this is also when information, guidance, nutrition, and supportive environments become especially important. And as they move forward from elementary to junior high and later towards senior high school, we begin to see trajectories that the trajectories become more uneven. So the share of the adolescents who remain on track declines over time from 90% at age 10 to 82% by age 15, and by age 18 down to 75%. And the junior high years also bring important social and emotional transitions. Adolescents are forming identity, navigating their peer relationships, managing stress, and also making more independent decisions. It is also important to note that during the pandemic, clinical anxiety among adolescents from ages 13 to 15 reached 16.6%, which this is also the period when health-related habits and coping behaviors such as smoking or alcohol use may begin to emerge. By ages 16 to 18, the move toward adult roles become more visible. Some adolescents, they remain on track toward further education and further employment, while other begins moving into work, into early union, pregnancy, or school discontinuation. And at age 18, 20% were already working, while only 75.5% remained on track in schooling. So to sum it up, these patterns remind us that adolescent is not simply a set of separate indicators. It is a sequence of connected transitions. So what happens in one area can shape what happens in the others. And we will hear more detail on this adolescent transitions from Dr. Borja, and then on their policy implications from Dr. Alex Hirin. For now, this slide is just meant to give the broader frame that adolescence is a critical window where early disadvantage can either be addressed or it can be carried forward into adulthood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Madrid, for giving us an overview of the scope of the cohort study and how critical is the group and timing covered, as well as the dimensions that we are assessing in light of the SDGs. I find the term or the description, period of interconnectedness transition, particularly important. Now, to set the policy context of today's forum, we are honored to have a representative from one of the critical decision makers and implementing agency on this topic. Undersecretary Rafaelita Aldaba is a senior advisor of the Department of Education's Education Center for AI Research. She is here with us today to deliver the keynote address on behalf of Secretary Sonny Angara. Let us all give Undersecretary Aldaba a big round of applause.
Dr. Philip Arnold Tuaño, President of the Philippine Institute for Development Studies, Ms. Deus Bernabo, Country Representative of the United Nations Population Fund, Ms. Claire Boyer, Second Secretary of the Australian Embassy in the Philippines, Yusek Bersales, colleagues from UNICEF, distinguished colleagues from government, development partners, academe and civil society organizations, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of Secretary Sani Angara and the Department of Education, I am honored to join you today for this important forum, Ugnayan, the journey of Filipino adolescents across past, present, and future. Secretary Angara extends his warm greetings and appreciation to the Philippine Institute for Development Studies, the United Nations Population Fund, the Australian government, and all partners who have made this important gathering possible. Understanding the learning, well-being, and development of Filipino adolescents is not only an education concern. It is a national development imperative. The future of our young people will shape the future of our nation. And I commend PIDS, UNFPA, and all partners involved in the Longitudinal Cohort Study on the Filipino Child. This study represents a significant investment in understanding not only the current state of Filipino adolescents, but also the factors that shape their development over time. As the theme Ugnayan reminds us, the lives of children and adolescents are interconnected across the past, present, and future. The experiences they have today are shaped by circumstances from years before, and the opportunities or disadvantages they encounter will influence the adults they will become tomorrow. And this is precisely why longitudinal study and data matters. For many years, policymaking has relied largely on snapshots of information. We measure enrollment rates, test scores, health indicators, or poverty levels at a particular moment in time. These indicators are important, but they often tell us only where we are. They do not fully explain how we got here, why certain outcomes emerge, or what is likely to happen next. Longitudinal data provides a different perspective. By following the same individuals over many years, it allows us to understand pathways, transitions, risks, and opportunities across the life course. It helps us answer questions that are critical for public policy. Why do some learners succeed despite adversity while others struggle despite similar circumstances? What early life factors influence learning outcomes during adolescence? How do family conditions, health, nutrition, social relationships, and school experiences interact to shape educational attainment and future opportunities? These are questions that cannot be answered adequately through a single survey or a single year of data. They require a longer view of human development. And for us in education, this perspective is particularly important because learning is cumulative. Educational outcomes do not emerge overnight. They are the result of a journey. And this is why the findings of the Longitudinal Cohort Study are highly relevant to the work of the Department of Education. The study reminds us that participation in schooling, while important, is not the same as educational success. By age 18, nearly 89% of Filipino adolescents remain enrolled in school. On the surface, this appears encouraging, right? Yet only 76% are progressing on time, meaning nearly 1 in 4 adolescents has fallen behind because of late school entry, missed years of schooling, or grade repetition. This illustrates why longitudinal data is so valuable. It allows us to move beyond asking whether learners are in school and begin asking whether they are progressing, learning, and ultimately succeeding. The evidence also reveals that learner pathways are not the same for everyone. Boys are more likely to disengage because of financial pressures and early exposure to work, while girls face vulnerabilities related to adolescent pregnancy and early unions. Different learners face different risks and therefore require different forms of support. Longitudinal data is equally important in helping us understand learning outcomes. Recent reading assessments show that significant learning gaps remain, reinforcing the urgency of learning recovery initiatives and targeted support for struggling learners. At the same time, educational outcomes are closely linked to broader dimensions of well-being. A learner who is hungry may find it difficult to concentrate in class. A learner struggling with mental health challenges may find it difficult to learn. A learner facing violence, bullying, or an unplanned pregnancy may see educational aspirations interrupted. These realities remind us that improving education requires more than improving schools alone. It requires understanding the broader ecosystem that shapes the lives of young people. At DepEd, we are increasingly embracing this evidence-based approach. One of our major priorities today is strengthening the education data ecosystem. We are moving beyond isolated databases and working to integrate key data sets across the education sector. By linking learner information with assessment results and other administrative records, we are gradually building learner-level panel data sets that allow us to follow educational journeys over time. And this is an important transformation. For the first time, we are increasingly able to follow learners across time rather than view them as isolated data points. This allows us to understand not only who is enrolled, but who is progressing, who is falling behind, and what interventions help learners succeed. Instead of simply asking how learners performed in a particular year, we can begin to understand how performance changes across years. We can study learner progression, repetition, disengagement, dropout, completion, and ultimately, life outcomes. More importantly, we can evaluate whether our programs and interventions are actually making a difference. Take, for example, the Academic Recovery and Accessible Learning Program, or ARAL. Through longitudinal data, we can track whether learners receiving targeted learning support are able to recover foundational competencies, improve their academic performance over time, progress successfully through the education system, and ultimately complete their schooling. Similarly, through the school-based feeding program, we can examine whether improved nutrition leads to better attendance, stronger classroom participation, enhanced learning outcomes, improved learner retention, and better overall well-being. As we strengthen our own data systems, we recognize that data alone is not enough. Data must be translated into insights, and insights must be translated into action. And the ultimate purpose of longitudinal data is not to produce reports. It is to improve lives. And this is particularly important as the Philippines seeks to accelerate human capital development. Investing in adolescents, therefore, is not merely a social responsibility. It is a national development imperative. As policymakers, researchers, educators, and development partners, we share a common responsibility to ensure that the evidence we generate leads to meaningful action. Maraming salamat po. And together, let us continue building a future where every Filipino adolescent can learn, thrive, and realize their full potential as we work toward a bagong Pilipinas where no learner is left behind, every young Filipino is empowered to succeed, and every child is given the opportunity to contribute meaningfully to nation building.
Thank you, Yusek Aldaba, for setting the policy context as well as sharing key relevant priorities from the Department of Education. Now that we have a clear picture of the study scope as well as with the policy context set, we move into findings of LCSFC. Dr. Judith Borja is the former director of the University of San Carlos Office of Population Studies. Her expertise includes health, nutrition, and demographic outcomes. In her current capacity as consultant and investigator, let us all welcome Dr. Borja to discuss the LCSFC mid-report findings.
Good morning. On behalf of the LCSFC study team, I'm very pleased to share with you some of our key findings from the study, which has been implemented for the past 8 years, since 2016 up until the latest round, which I'll be reporting on, which was completed in 2024. Before I begin, let me just quickly do a brief introduction of the LCSFC study team. From the OPS, we have Dr. Nanette Mayol, who's also the co-investigator of the study. Professor Frank Largo, the OPS director, also very much involved in the study. We have Dr. Chona Chavez of the Research Institute for Mindanao Culture. We have Dr. Fiscalina Nolasco of the Center for Social Research and Education. And I hope she's here, Dr. Elma Laguna of the Demographic Research and Development Foundation of the UP Population Institute. Our policy analysts are Professor John Aligado of UP Cebu, and of course we have Professor Alex Serin of OPS. As earlier mentioned by our previous speakers, now that we're approaching the end, 2030 end line of the SDGs, it's really vital that we assess where our youth are in terms of human capital foundation, particularly in terms of achieving the SDG targets on education and youth development. As earlier mentioned by Vina, this particular cohort is important, particularly their human capital development, as far in terms of allowing us to claim that demographic dividend given the rise in the critical mass of young people. We've had some glimpse or some ideas of how our youth is faring in terms of education from the series of EDCOM2 reports, and which revealed that most Filipino students suffer in basic proficiencies, particularly in terms of their performance in standardized tests. We also learned from the report that there are certain background factors that are relevant in defining their schooling out performance, such as parental involvement, stunting. And one other factor that came out that even did a lot of press was the negative effect of bullying on schooling outcomes. In fact, our study actually our study team actually wrote a discussion paper on this, looking at bullying inside and outside school and their effects on school performance. And among the important findings is that bullying outside the school, in fact, bullying in the homes has actually a more significant impact on schooling. And that certain background factors, with or without bullying, define school performance. One important key takeaway from this is that while the school milieu is very important in defining the learning experience, like curriculum infrastructure and the school environment, it's also as important to look at the wider ecosystem that the youth is involved in. For instance, how are their families like? What enabling environment is provided for them in terms of schooling? What are their experiences as they go through the process of adolescence, as they go through puberty, as they grow, as they mature? How are these experiences affecting their schooling performance through the years? And how are their communities like? Are they getting support from the community? So this is where, as Venus mentioned earlier, this is where the LCSFC data play a very important role in defining, giving us a better picture, a more comprehensive scenario of the school environment of our adolescents. You've already seen this in Vina's earlier presentation. So as earlier mentioned, the LCSFC is designed to collect data on a nationally representative sample of Filipinos who transition from childhood to young adulthood in the course of the SDG implementation period. So we'll call them the SDG generation. So, and as Vina also put it earlier, this is the youth that puts a human face to the progress of the SDGs. The LCSFC tracks key milestones in the lives of these youth, from their pubertal transition, through their schooling trajectories, in their entries as well as exits in the workforce, as well as in sexual reproductive health experiences, and as they start engaging in transitions that lead to adulthood. So for this morning's presentation, I will focus on data that we've gathered from waves 1 to 7. We've had 7 full surveys with available data. This is from ages 10 to 18. Because of the differences in data collection period, some of the waves actually, in some of the waves, the cohort straddled 2 ages. And so in 2024, the cohort was between the 17 and 18. But for purposes of discussion, we refer to the oldest integer age as a point of reference. So for my presentation, I'll be describing key components of human capital, mainly education, and our strategy is to approach, is use education as a point of reference for the wider context of their life course as they move on from adolescence to working age. So I'll be discussing their life transitions, life aspirations, their mental health status, their adolescent pregnancy and early union, and as well as community safety nets and how all these are linked to educational performance. Let's begin with their schooling trajectories from age 10 to 18. So this slide shows the last grade completed at each wave. I hope you can see the numbers clearly. So the numbers in bold, from looking at the numbers in bold, you'll see that about 90% of the cohort actually tracked cleanly over time. So by baseline or wave 1, the cohort has completed grades 3 and 4. And they follow, in this particular group, in bold font, follow quite cleanly, track cleanly over time. And we missed a school year between waves 5 and 6, that's why there's a gap. But also note that along the margins, there are those who are lagging behind. So by age 18, if you summarize the data in terms of last grade completed, whether they're enrolled or in that wave or not, there are about 1% who have just reached elementary education, and about 9% who are between grades 7 to 9. There were about 30% who completed junior high school, and the majority were in senior high school, completed either grades 11 or 12. So among those enrolled at age 18, 90% were in senior high school, and the majority, actually 7 in 10, chose the academic track. And compared to the boys, a higher proportion of the girls chose to be in the academic track over TVL. These are the two more common tracks. And the reverse is seen among the boys. And when they were asked why they choose these tracks, about the majority said that it was really of their interest, or this is in line with their planned course in college. But note that there's also about 19% who just copied from their friends or weren't really decided on which track to take. I think these are the proportion that we need to pay more attention to. About 9% also said that they had no choice, but this is the only track that's available in their schools. So in terms of tracking and their enrollment rates from ages 10 to 18, you'll see that, let me begin with the overall enrollment trend. You'll see that almost everyone was enrolled in school at age 10. However, as they get older, by age 18, it's now down to about 86%, 89%. However, girls tend to have a higher proportion of girls that were in school over time compared to the boys. So by age 18, 93% of the girls were still enrolled in school versus only about 85% among the boys. So you also notice in the previous slide that there's a significant, I had to go back. Can you go back to the slide on enrollment rates? Anyway, you'll see that there's a significant, the slide before this. There's a significant drop in enrollment rate between age 16 and 18. And looking further into this, you see that at age 16, about half of the girls who were not in school were not enrolled because they were pregnant or with child. And then about half of the boys at age 16 were not interested in schooling. And still a high proportion at age 18 of the boys were not interested. And also by age 18, almost double the proportion of girls reported having financial difficulties. I think this may be because they've already started their families. So when we look further into why they were not interested in schooling, most of their responses included that they did not understand what's being taught, they had difficulty in schooling, they were too lazy, or that they would prefer to work. Work actually was one of the reasons, particularly for the boys, for not being enrolled in school. So these are some of the red flags that I think need to be paid attention to. So while enrollment rates and completed grades provide important indicators of education, they don't tell us whether they're in their schooling pace or whether they're in schedule, whether they're on track in terms of their education. So we created a variable called being on track with schooling, which means that they started grade 1 at the right age, that's before or on or before age 7, and that they have not missed a school year or have repeated a school year. So let's take a look at the general trend in being on track with schooling. So at age 10, about 91% were off track or on track with schooling. And this is a diminishing variable. So in other words, once you're off track at age 10, you're off track for the rest of your schooling career. So this is by age 18, about 76% were classified as on track. So we're missing about 24%. There are about 24% who are off track. But if you look at the trend among girls, you see that a higher proportion than the general average are on track compared to the boys. So in all these schooling indicators, the girls outperform the boys. And other than the boys, we also found disadvantages in terms of schooling for the marginalized adolescents. So we'll group the baseline sample into marginalized status. So about 2.6% were with disability. The top 5 disabilities reported were visual impairments, hearing impairments, speech, physical, as well as intellectual impairments. And about 6% experienced armed conflict in the last 3 years at age 10. 9% belong to indigenous populations, and 4% were GIDA residents. So, and but 78% were belong to none of these categories, so they're non-marginalized. So these are exclusive categories, because I'd like to point out that among there are about 22% who are with marginalities. About 10% had multiple vulnerabilities, actually. They could be with disability and belong to IPs. And so for purposes of this analysis, we grouped them into the more severe form of marginality, in which is with disability. So if you look at their tracking rates for the non-marginalized, you see that it sort of mimics the general cohort sample. However, the most disadvantaged are those with disabilities. No, they're really lagging behind. Next are those from indigenous peoples. And then we have those who were exposed to armed conflict in the past 3 years at baseline. And then the GIDA sample were actually not too far off from the non-marginalized. No. We also examined compared the on-track with schooling rates between the LGBTs, also maybe also considered among the marginalized versus the non-LGBT. And I think later this afternoon we'll have more information on this from the presentations this afternoon. And so at age 16, about 84%, it was in wave 6 or at age 16 that we first asked questions on gender expression and gender identity, sexual orientation and all that. And so at age 16, 84% identified to be straight, and about 60% identified themselves to be LGBTQ+. So if you look at the on track with schooling rates, first we start with the non-LGBT. Again, it sort of mimics the general population. It's just a lower percentage at age 10 because this is a sample that's limited to those with data at age 16. But more or less it follows the general overall trend. However, if you compared the LGBTQ trend, you see that while they sort of start off similarly, they start to fall behind by age 18. And this is the non-LGBT. So we examined, in the report, we examined various schooling performance indicators, such as I've already seen enrollment rates, being on track with schooling, and schooling transitions, in order to find out what factors are associated with these schooling outcomes. So the models for enrollment, so we did a longitudinal model for enrollment status, and over time to get on average, the factors that are associated with being enrolled or not in a particular wave. And we also did cross-sectional models for being on track with schooling, and they have commonalities for these two schooling outcomes. Among those positively associated were, of course, cognitive endowment, IQ scores, which is expected. Early schooling was positively associated with being in school as well as being on track. And a simple thing as aspiring for college actually was a very important factor, significant factor in getting them on track or being in school, staying in school. Doing any reading, there were more boys who did less reading than girls. And this particular variable was significant predictor of the schooling outcomes. Household parents' education, for those with parents with at least high school education, were more on track with schooling. And as important as the child's aspiration for college, the parents' aspirations for their children to attain a college education was as important in predicting good schooling outcomes. Those in the Visayas, compared to those residing in Luzon and Visayas, actually had better schooling performance. Among the negative factors were, of course, being male, as you've already seen earlier, and having behavioral and emotional problems early on in childhood. Those with disability, stunting, and those exposed to work, especially those exposed to child work. And we also found a negative association between the number of hours spent online as well as the number of social media accounts with enrollment as well as being on track status. Poverty, of course, was also a negative predictor, and belonging to indigenous peoples. And those who are urban residents are less likely to be doing well in school compared to those in rural areas, and of course, and those exposed to armed conflict areas, as you've seen, tend to be disadvantaged. We also looked at the use a sequential logit model or a continuation ratio model to predict the odds of completing a particular grade level and moving on to the next level. So from our analysis, it showed that it doesn't take much to complete the elementary level, except of course if you are with disability and among those who are urban residents. It is the transition from completing junior high school and moving on to senior high school, which have more factors that's underlying this particular transition. So in other words, this is the transition that perhaps we need to pay more attention to. So once they've passed through junior high school, the more fundamental variables such as parents' education, being male, stunting, and belonging to indigenous populations are the ones affecting this particular transition. So let's look at their aspirations in life. I've already mentioned this earlier as a significant indicator of good schooling outcomes. And so this graph shows the different groups. So we have the male and female on the first two columns, and then they have the marginal status, marginal groups, and then the non-LGBT and the LGBT. So in general, as they got older, their desire to complete college, reach college level, actually increased by age 18 compared to when they were age 10. Except for the girls. There was a slight decrease in the proportion of girls wanting to complete college, to reach college level. To also get an idea on what their work prospects are, we also did an analysis on work values, whether they value work or regular employment in the future, and what kind of work they would like to have as they get older. So at age 10, they really had lofty ideas about being pilots, architects. So most of the boys want to be policemen. And this is right when we did the baseline study, this is when that popular soap opera, Provinciano, was very popular. And the girls wanted to be teachers. However, over time, you'll see that by age 18, the desire to work in jobs that require college-level degrees actually decreased. No? So as reality set in, given the realities in their lives, they change course, they change aspirations over time. Our mental health data are from the ASIBA set of instruments, such as the Child Behavior Checklist and the Youth Self-Report. And from these, among the data or variables that you can derive from these instruments is the total problem scale score. This is the sum of the responses in behavioral, that deals with behavioral, emotional, and social problems. So the higher the score, the more problematic, the more inclined to have emotional or behavioral problems. And so if you look at the bar graph shows the mean scores, and so we measured the total problem. We have data on the total problem scale scores from age 11, 15, 13, and 15. And you'll see that for the older ages, girls had a higher mean scores than boys. However, the SIBA scoring system is such a way that they do gender norming. And so they have a different cutoff for males because of differences in behavioral patterns. And so for males, the cutoffs are lower. So it takes a lower score for males to be classified as a more severe problem level. So the problem score scales can also be stratified into normal, borderline, and clinical. So it takes a lower score for boys to fall under the more severe problem scales categories such as borderline and clinical. So you'll see that on the right-hand side, that males actually have a higher proportion of males actually have scores that fall under the clinical range. So this is not a diagnostic instrument, but having scores fall under the clinical range may be indicative that the symptoms being experienced or manifested may actually be truly symptomatic. And a subset of the total problem scores are the depression, anxiety scores. And the next series of slides show the factors that increase the risk of being categorized as either borderline or clinical levels in all these measures. So for the total problem score, exposure to domestic violence. In our analysis, adverse childhood exposure, which we define as exposure to domestic violence, violence from parents, as well as poverty, are strongly associated with mental health problems during adolescence. And not having parents or just having one parent in the household was predictive of being classified under as severe. Urban residents and more hours online, as well as more social media accounts. At age 18, about 11% were classified as within the clinical range. And being male was of a higher risk than females. Those with higher IQ scores, and our psychologist consultant explained this as those with higher IQ scores being more competitive and therefore being more anxious. And exposure to domestic violence, once again, and similar to the total problem scores, parental presence, as well as social media exposure. At age 18, about 12% was classified as under the clinical range, and being off track with schooling was associated with depression, urban residents, and also more hours online. And then we looked into early sexual initiation, pregnancy, and union. Again, we first asked questions on these variables in wave 6 or at age when the cohort was age 16. And so the next series of slides to data from when they were age 16. So about 8% reported to have experienced sexual intercourse, a higher proportion among boys reporting this than girls. And by age 16, at that age, but the mean age at first sex was 14.6. And as we proceed with the further waves, this value will of course change. And what's important that we'd like to always stress when we present these findings is that among the girls, the first sexual partners appear to be much older than them compared to the sexual partners of the boys. And I think that's an important red flag in terms of, remember, these are really very young girls and dealing with very sexually experienced and maybe more mature or older sexual partners. They may lose out in terms of the negotiation when it comes to and also when it comes to contraceptive use or protection. So about 2.5% of the girls at age 16 reported to have ever been pregnant. And most of these happened between the ages of 15 and 16. And those who had sex by age 16 were more likely to get pregnant. So it's early sex was a strong determinant of pregnancy. So out of the 96 females who had initiated sex, 58 got pregnant. And this is more because they did not use any form of protection or any contraception against pregnancy. And for the majority, they said they did not use any protection because they did not expect to have sex at that time. There were also boys, 1.6% of the boys reported to have gotten someone pregnant at age 16. And there were 41 males who reported this. 13 have ever been in union, and 9 were currently in union. So when the studies have shown that pregnancy is an important precursor of early union among the girls, it may not be so much so no, for the males. So as of age 16, about 2% have ever been in union, with a higher proportion among females than males. And the mean age at first union was again at 15. And again, I'd like to point out that the first union partner for the girls tends to be much older. So again, we have that dynamics that we might need to worry about. And who are at risk of self-mu, aside from being female, those who are poorer, those who are off track with schooling at age 10, those who have less educated mothers, and those who have fewer parents at home at age 10. So if you look at their school performance of those who are in union or ever had experience with pregnancy, you'll see that there's certainly more disadvantage. So the top 2 graph compares the never cohabited, the proportion in school at age 16 among the never cohabited and the ever cohabited, and you see the distinct disadvantage among those who have ever cohabited. You see the same story between the males who have ever gotten a girl pregnant and those who have gotten a girl pregnant and those who have never been pregnant, and the females who have experienced pregnancy have lower enrollment rates. You see the same patterns in terms of being on track with schooling. So this is also indicates and shown by other analyses that they were more likely to be off track in schooling as early as age 10. There also you see the same trend in terms of aspirations for college degrees as well at age 16. In terms of their community safety nets, only about half of the cohort were exposed to barangays with government-funded scholarships. And with the most number of, by wave 7, it was the Visayas with the most number of cohort exposed to public scholarships. In terms of poverty alleviation programs outside the 4 Ps, but only a third were exposed to such programs. But then it's important to note that at baseline, about 47% of the cohort were 4 Ps beneficiaries. We also have a significant rise in the proportion of barangays having adolescent programs from wave 1, which is in 2016, to wave 4 in 2020. So a higher proportion of the adolescents were exposed to adolescent programs, pregnancy programs by the time they turned 13. So in summary, what's the state of the Filipino youth in terms of education? At age 10, the enrollment rate was almost universal. However, by age 18, only 89% were in school. So there's a significant dropout rate. The lack of interest in schooling, financial problems, pregnancy, as well as work were among the top reasons for not enrolling. At age 18, 24% were actually off track with schooling. and that girls overall perform better in schooling than boys, and that marginalized adolescents are at risk of being behind in schooling. And then it's also what I think what important finding that we point out in the study is that there are childhood as well as adolescent factors that determine how these adolescents fare in terms of schooling. So for instance, exposure to domestic and parental violence. We'll have another session on this afternoon, which looks at this more deeply, are associated with emotional and behavioral problems, which in turn are negatively affect school performance. Aspirations for college education, just dreaming for having a college degree may be an important predictor of good school performance. Parents play an important role, not just with their own educational background, but also in terms of promoting better schooling performance in their children. Of course, adolescent pregnancy and early union are clear deterrents to being on track with schooling. And adolescents, as we've seen, have insufficient exposure to safety nets in the community. And in the next coming rounds of the LCSFC, we're now looking into the adolescents at ages 19 and over, and as now they're more and more more engaged in the labor force and in the labor market. And the question arises as to what extent will girls hold their edge over boys in terms of human capital development. In terms of schooling performance, we see that they're performing so much better than boys over time from ages 10 to 18. However, we've seen the some glimpses of possible threats to this edge. But by age 18, a slight proportion of girls aspiring for college, there was fewer girls aspiring for college by age 18 compared to when they were age 10. And in terms of work aspirations, girls are less likely to aspire for jobs with college degrees. And of course, there's the threat of adolescent pregnancy and CEFMU that are likely to also threaten their being on track with schooling. I think that's my last slide, and then I guess I end here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Borja, for that very comprehensive discussion of the findings. Ang dami pong points that our participants here today should take note of and also discuss amongst ourselves. And Dr. Borja's presentation will be the anchor of the discussions moving forward. We will continue our discussions on the LCSFC mid-report, but now redirecting our focus to the policy implications. We have here today Dr. Alejandro Herin. He is a visiting research fellow at the University of San Carlos Office of Population Studies. He is a retired professor from UP School of Economics, specializing in the economics of health, nutrition, population, and human resources. He is one of the LCSFC consultants. Let us all welcome to the stage Dr. Herin.
Hi. Good morning, everyone. I'll try to follow through with what Judith has mentioned, and I'll try to be brief. We want to hear our panelists, see what we can learn, our team can learn from them. Essentially, what do I punch? There. Sobra. Huh? Here. Huh? Done? Okay. Okay. New technology. Okay. Laman. Oh. Ba't wala dun? Dito pala. Okay. Just to be quick, this is just to actually summarize at the beginning what we're going to say later. As Judith has mentioned, we use education as the reference point, especially the K to 12 milestones, because it's an easy way to see what are all the other aspects of what they call the ecosystem that impinges on bear on the adolescents as they go through the life course. My task is to look at what enabled our adolescents to move on. So we talk about the results being this is where they are, these are their problems, and so on. And are we achieving our sustainable development goals? The other question is, what are we doing to help them? And this will be in the form of policies. And we look at policies at the highest level, namely the national legislation, and see how far we have actually done on each of these and how they might have impacted on the lives of our adolescents. There are already many laws, and so perhaps what needs to be done later, as we mentioned, is to consolidate some. And actually, the more important thing is to make sure that we implement them well, and learn from the implementation on how we move forward. Eventually, shaping the future would include integrated support through the life course. And as we shall see later on, actually working together, the different agencies, the different actors. And was mentioned earlier, and I think it's a theme also from earlier discussion by USEC, that the advantage of looking at it from a longitudinal perspective is that we see, or the imperative of making sure that what advantage we provide in one stage will not be negated in the next stage. Or, on the other hand, any disadvantage at the beginning should be taken care of in subsequent stages, so that as adolescents go through these life stages, no one is left behind, or nobody falls behind. Nobody is left behind, and nobody falls behind. So let's take a look at some of the things that have already been mentioned as a summary, as a framework for looking at the various policies. So the educational outcomes, we see in terms of enrollment, decline, rather sharp decline, age 16 and 18, more for boys than girls. Off-track trajectories also increasing, especially among boys. Similarly, we also look at equity issues. We've seen the differences in educational outcomes among different groups. The GIDA, perhaps in terms of the limited access to services and facilities, the armed conflict, with probably related to the disruption that happens from time to time, and IP communities, perhaps in terms of their cultural norms and other barriers to education and other aspects. So it's not more the characteristic of the adolescents, it's more the characteristic of the area, the environment in which they live that makes them also, in a way, disadvantaged. But there's also the other side of enrollment. As we see, enrollment has declined rapidly, especially at the older ages 16 to 17 to 18. But when they're not out of school, then we call them out of school youth. And out of school youth means missed education, missed opportunities for training in future employment and so on. And how do we remedy this one? Looking for out of school youths, even if we have the find in the younger ages, find the infant, find the child with disabilities. This one, find the adolescent who is out of school. It's much more expensive, and it's much more efficient to keep them in school, so that the services that are usually provided to adolescents can happen in the schools. Now, as Judith also mentioned, just summarize here some of the various factors. One can look at some as supportive factors, the cognitive ability of the individual, the favorable early start, which is an important one, the nutrition and early childhood development, and parents' socioeconomic advantage, mainly in terms of wealth, in terms of their education. And the risk factors include what we've seen, mental health issues, work exposure, especially as adolescents grow older and they're more drawn towards the need to work, especially in poorer families. Then also at older ages, when adolescents become sensitive to their sexual, in terms of the sexual initiation and pregnancy and early unions. They create risks, as we have seen. This affects, especially for girls, the enrollment and being on track. So what is it that, what are we doing to enable these adolescents to prosper? What do we do to protect, promote their well-being? And this is where we begin to look at the various legislation. So I organized the legislation in terms of the milestones, the K-12 milestones, if you will. And I divided it into 4 categories. The first one is early childhood development and basic education. The second one is on the protection, promotion of well-being, and this includes child labor, bullying, mental health, and sexual and reproductive health. And then a third one, which we shall see later on, is the social protection, especially the 4Ps and other social protection mechanisms. And then the fourth one is, as they grow older, they're now at the stage where they're actually going to be moving in this direction. And this is the transition to higher education and employment. So let's take a look at the first one, the first set, which is the early childhood development and basic education. The first one, maternal health and child nutrition. That's the first 1,000 days. Kalusugan at nutrition ng magnanay. That is 2018. And the key thing here is about the prevention and elimination of stunting. We have found, and EDCOM has stressed this more, stunting impairs cognitive abilities and provides a rather big disadvantage through life. And so it's a basic concern. And this has been recognized for some time, but it's actually, we've been not very good at addressing this effectively. We have surveys of the National Nutrition Council of the FNRI that shows relatively high stunting rates compared to other countries. And perhaps partly because we adopted the wrong indicator. In the Millennium Development Goals, we had underweight as the nutrition indicator. It was only shifted to stunting in the Sustainable Development Goals, and properly so. So this is a complex intervention, the first 1,000 days, from the prenatal case where you have many interventions, including micronutrients, food supplementation, health, and so on. And anything that you miss there, especially for nutritionally at-risk mothers, can affect the other parts of the first 1,000 days. Then there's the birth outcomes, and then the feeding, breastfeeding and complementary feeding for households with food insecurities. This becomes a problem. And also all of the other health interventions are needed, and we're not doing as well in many of those, like immunizations are less than what is targeted. So it's a complex undertaking, and it's also a prospective longitudinal one for 1,000 days. If you miss something in that continuum, you're not going to get the outcome that you want. So it's very critical that this is done well. And the other thing is that the way it's implemented now, especially with the big programs, funded programs, is you select bits and pieces of municipalities with high stunting rates. Why not do a scaled up version, like province-wide, so that you have economies of scale in procurement, economies of scale in financing, and other things. So that's one way in which we can see perhaps we can improve on some of the enabling policies. The other one, of course, is basic education. EDCOM has done a lot of work on this, and we won't repeat what they have. We'll cite some of them as we go along. But again, there are still reforms that are ongoing, and that is, we recently had a PIDS webinar on the mother tongue analysis, assessment. So there are still issues there. Then on the other end, we are now in the senior high, senior high, and there's this issue regarding shifting from 5 tracks to 2 tracks and implementing that this year, and so on. So there are changes, there are adjustments still going on. And then there is this further issue about the continuation of the senior high to the college, the tertiary, in terms of the general education subjects, where there's, as Ched says, redundant, we should reduce the GE courses and so on. So there are controversies, and the policy itself is alive in the sense of things that still need to be thought out and tested out and so on. The next one is the child protection and promotion of well-being. So here we look at the environment in terms of the child labor, bullying, and then the mental health, and of course finally the sexual and reproductive health legislation. The child labor and bullying, and later on we'll see also the child marriages. They have penalties for non-compliance. So, well, that is there, but what we want to highlight in this particular policies is the preventive and promotive provisions. In the bullying provisions, you have provisions for preventive and promotive involving parents. That means DepEd has to work with parents and providing information on the issue of bullying. Same thing with child labor. Again, in the modified version, it enjoins DepEd to ensure that working children are provided formal or non-formal education. So, then prevention of early child marriage. Again, there are punishment penalties for non-compliance, and but there is also a very strong provision of creating an enabling environment by which the child marriages will not occur. And I think through the leadership of the DSWD, they have set up, established, or created a national action plan. And we'll see how that thing works out soon. Let me go to social protection. We're all familiar with this, 4 Ps. You have actually good results from the various evaluation, particularly on education, but mixed results in terms of health. And part of the reason for some of the lack of impact is not so much the demand side policy, which is incentivizing families to bring their children to health, bring their children to school, but the supply side problem. There are no health facilities, or it's lacking, especially in GIDA areas or remote areas. Then education, tertiary, and vocational. We've seen this also. EDCOM has an extensive discussion on this. But what is interesting there is they see the effect here as we seem to be putting in more investments in low-level skills in the training. And indeed, if we look at the data from the PSA, looking at the structure of occupation, the structure of industry, the major part of the occupations and employed in industries are usually lower level skills. So are we training them for lower level skills, or maybe their skills are low so that they can only go to lower level skills industry or occupation? So that also needs to be addressed. So those are some of the laws and where they are now. And just to put this thing as a summary, what are the challenges? So each one of them have a challenge, but there are, I think, a way to look at this is in each of the law, they always put what is the role of the parents, what is the role of LGUs, what is the role of the different agencies that often have overlapping functions. So those are the major challenges. For parents, there are lack of information. For LGUs, there are lack of financing. The way to do it is to be more specific about what we mean. If you want to give information, what is the instrument for that? What is the venue for that? So there you have the 4 Ps discussion groups. You can have barangay assemblies to do that. So to be more specific, expand demand side, all of those can be harnessed as an example. And convergence of the multi-sectoral policies according to the various concerns. And then finally, just 1 minute, because I'm done actually with all my minutes. This last thing, let's not forget the adolescents as a challenge. The challenge is how to make sure that they don't disengage or to make sure that they don't lose interest in schooling. Because as was mentioned, one of the main reasons for dropping out of school is they lack interest. But what does it mean? So there are various hypotheses. My favorite is that, as we have found out, they're not really learning much in school based on PISA and Southeast Asian results. So maybe they get bored because they can't follow what's going on. They don't understand as much as they should. And therefore, I'm not interested anymore. And besides, I can play with my friends. I'm forced to work and so on. There are many other things I need to do instead of doing this. And then the other one is an interesting hypothesis, is the last one, is the way the pedagogy. It is mentioned that the way we teach in school tends to be more academic, that girls seems to have an aptitude for that. And so they are more attentive, they perform better. Boys tend to learn more through activities. But the way courses are taught, it's not through activities. So boys lose interest if they don't have that kind of aptitude and so on. So anyway, those are just something to think about, this very interesting topic of what does it mean when they say, I don't have interest in schooling. Because survey after survey after survey, national surveys, that's all the answer they give. But so far, we still don't understand what it is. So maybe the fact that they're not learning as much, it's a good reason not to be interested in moving ahead. So thank you very much, and I hope to learn from our discussants later. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Herin, for jumpstarting the discussion on policy implication. The question that follows is, how do different sectors or organizations respond and assess the implications for overall adolescent development? This will be the focus of our panel discussion and Q&A. Our discussants this morning, our first discussant is Undersecretary Angelo M. Tapales. He serves as the Executive Director of the Council for the Welfare of Children, the Philippine government's focal interagency body for children. Prior to joining the government service, Yusek Tapales practiced law for over 20 years, specializing in litigation and dispute resolution, arbitration, fraud detection, investigation and resolution, criminal law, and civil and family law. Our next discussant is Ms. Llewellyn de la Cruz, Program Manager for Education and Advocacy, of the Philippine Mental Health Association. She is a registered psychologist and guidance counselor, and through the organization of PMHA, the team is at the forefront of promoting mental health, preventing mental disorders, and inspiring community members to become mental health advocates. Our last panel discussant for this morning is Dr. Charles Andrew P. Bautista. He currently serves as a demographic intelligence and planning analyst for the United Nations Population Fund. He leads the translation of the demographic data into actionable insights for the advancement of population and development policies in the Philippines. For our discussants, you can now proceed to the stage. The discussion will be moderated by Undersecretary Lisa Bersales. She is the Undersecretary for Population and Development and the Executive Director 5 of the Commission on Population and Development, or CPD. She is a professor in statistics at the University of the Philippines, where she also served as the Dean of the School of Statistics in the Diliman campus and Vice President for Planning and Finance of the system. She is the first national statistician of the Philippines and led the implementation of the Philippine Statistics Act of 2013 by setting up the Philippine Statistics Authority. Let's all welcome Dr. Bersales, our moderator for this panel. I will now transition the floor to Dr. Bersales. It's now yours to open the discussion.
Thank you very much. This has been very exciting. listening to all the speakers and getting all of this wealth of information. And now we are going to listen to our distinguished panel on their reactions to all of the information provided us. If I may just quickly give a summary of what we have learned so far. So, Dr. Aldaba said that DepEd is now using data, not just official statistics, but also longitudinal data, not just to answer the what, but also the why and the trends. And what really stuck in my mind is her statement that investing in adolescents is a national development imperative, given that we are doing a life course approach in population development, where what happens, even when the child is in the mother's womb, affects the first 1,000 days, the education that they have, working age, and aging. Dr. Borja provided us with a wealth of information, and I'm always impressed with the work of OPS in doing the longitudinal study. And so we were provided actually with the what, but also the journey from when they were 10 years old in 2016 to now. Dr. Hereen put all of that which we heard the previous speaker tell us in a bigger aspiration, the global aspiration which the Philippines committed to, which are the Sustainable Development Goals. And what was really important to me was his presentation of the national laws that are already there. So we actually have a lot of laws, policies, plans in place. And his advice is to look at the implementation. What are the challenges and what we should prioritize? So we have our three distinguished discussants, one from, of course, CWC, so from a national government agency tasked to provide policies on children. And Yusak Angelo, may I call on you now for your reaction to the presentations. Thank you.
Isang makabatang umaga po sa ating lahat. A child-friendly morning, still morning to everybody. First of all, of course, I would like to thank the PIDS and all the stakeholders here today for inviting the Council for the Welfare of Children. This longitudinal study is very relevant in the sense that it covers almost 5,000 Filipino children, and within who were part of this broad study, which spanned for 15 years. And it's very important, because it captures not just a snapshot of a particular time or situation, but it involves or covers a wide spectrum. It involves the analysis, study, and synthesis of what happens to the ecosystem, where the children really thrives, starting from the home, the school, the community, and everything. The findings here, of course, coincides with what the Council for the Welfare of Children is seeing also. For instance, when it comes to CEFMU, the doctor mentioned, ma'am, the CEFMU is a problem. Actually, the resource persons mentioned that there's already a law banning, of course, informal cohabitations and forced marriages. It's now penalized, but of course, the difficulty there is, number one, is really to enforce, of course, to prohibit illegal marriages island-wide. And of course, it's not really just the illegal marriages. Mahirap kasing magpakasal. Of course, we know the legal requirements before you can get married. May senomar ka, you will get that from the PSA. But the problem is not really the illegal marriages, the early forced cohabitations in formal unions, and informal unions are not peculiar or found only in specific regions in the Philippines. It can be island-wide. So it's really hard to monitor. So when we have a problem of illegal marriages, child marriages, tsaka informal unions and cohabitations, it's also related to child pregnancy because it precipitates pregnancy, which of course affects education as we saw earlier. But before a child gets pregnant, kunyari, an adolescent teen becomes pregnant, there's also a finding in the study that they were not really exposed or accustomed or familiar with reproductive health education, yung mga family planning methods natin, and contraceptives, which of course is a shortcoming of the entire society, the public and the private sector, considering that we have the RH law already. When it comes to policy, it was discussed there. We have many laws, and I agree that the problem is really perhaps not just implementation, kasi some laws are being implemented, but the implementation is fragmented. That's another problem. We always say that the implementation is the problem. Sa CWC, we have transcended that. It's not just the problem, not just implementation. When it comes to policies and laws being implemented, the implementation itself is problematic, in the sense that there's no systems approach to the problem. For instance, the CWC is implementing something, the DepEd will implement something, the DOH will implement something too, and perhaps kunyari, for instance, bullying, we're implementing a lot of things for bullying. There are many laws which create confusion at the implementation at the ground level. So that's what I'm referring to when I say there is a fragmented implementation, a siloed approach. That's why at the Council for the Welfare of Children, we recognize everything. Sabi ko nga, we also, I was telling Doc kanina, the research really found the problem, identify the problem, the red flags, and what's happening, pati yung mga hindi nare-recognize dati. Pero sabi ko nga, it can be a guide for our decision makers, whether lawmakers, national government agencies, and even private sector partners. But our child protection system is really fragmented. I think that's a fundamental problem. There are many agencies, there are many laws, many people implementing something for something. But the problem is it creates confusion. So what the government is doing now is really to harmonize what people in the government are doing. And one example of this is Executive Order number 79, series of 2024. It's the Makabata EO. It at least attempts, it attempts to harmonize what the government is doing for children from prevention, rescue relief, intervention, rehabilitation, and reintegration. My time is up. Maybe I'll get to discuss more later, when I'm asked questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yusek Angelo. Thank you to Drew. So Drew will now be giving his discussion as a representative of our development partner, UNFPA, and representing other development partners. Thank you, Drew.
Right, thank you. I think the study, we've been doing this study since 2016, and the entire idea around this is really how can we help really progress towards the sustainable development goals, but also help in a way attain the demographic dividend. We've already had a lot of discussions on this in terms of numbers, and we say that this particular age group is actually will compose the majority of the population moving forward. And when we talk about demographic dividend, usually the discussion is more in numbers. How many are able to participate in the labor force? How many will be how many are be able to graduate, how many participate in labor force, have the one. But I think what the study provides is really gives us a snapshot in terms of the experiences of each individual person, each individual child. And this is very important in a way that I know the Philippines, in fairness to the country, has really acknowledged the things that it has to do in terms of achieving the demographic or maximizing demographic dividend. So we had already the EDCOM, we had the first 1,000 days program, we had already universal healthcare. So the government is really starting to put in place a lot of these issues, addressing a lot of these issues. But I think what's interesting about the study is you talk about experiences at the individual, family, and community level. Very interesting about demographic dividend. In the paper by Mason and Lee, they talk about education as a very important pillar. But when you look at East Asian countries, they saw that one of the things is that they invested a lot in education. But it's not just the government. Actually, it was individual families when they had enough savings that invested in the education of their children. And that's why when I was looking at the study, I was very, last week I was in a meeting with Dr. Judith, and I really wanted her to put in the discussion on aspirations. Because when you think about it, if we want to encourage families to also invest in their own child's education, then you have to ask yourself, if they don't aspire for their children to go to college, how do you expect them to actually make that investment? And you know that aspirations are usually not in isolation. This is always either perceived, driven by either perceived or real situations that actually shape these aspirations. So I think these are some of the things that we need to talk about in terms of maybe something that we could look more into in the future rounds of the study. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Drew. Tama, you talked about not just government. We now have Ms. Llewellyn de la Cruz to give her thoughts coming from civil society perspective. Ms. Llewellyn.
Good morning, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. I hope that you are not only mentally healthy or hindi lang malusog ang inyong isip, ito ay malakas na isip. Kasi mental strength is actually one of the indicators of well-being. And I think that is what we want for the youth in order for them to become productive members of the society. The Philippine Mental Health Association is looking at the data from the lens of implementers of preventive and promotive mental health programs for the youth. And the data presented this morning was very much informative for us because it will allow us to refocus, recalibrate some of our initiatives that we do for schools and also for the youth in the community. But let me just read through some of the reflections that we had and the recommendations or the plan of actions that the organization has for this. So number one is reframing the academic lag as a psychosocial signal or looking at the academic lag discussed as an indicator of a mental health concern also. The data that 24% or 18 years old have fallen off academically can be really a signal of issues more than cognitive concerns, psychosocial issues aside from cognitive concerns. In most instances, and I can also say this because I'm a guidance counselor, when a student academic performance is disrupted, it's really just an issue of intelligence. It's also because the youth or the student have hidden vulnerabilities. And I think that was very much discussed also in the discussion. And as an organization, for us, this calls for a shift of collective focus of efforts towards scaling up what? School-based life skills training programs. And when we say life skills training programs, this does not only pertains to them being independent in doing self-care, but also communication, problem solving, clear decision making. That's very important. And I guess that has to come even before they become adolescents. And that has to be integrated into whatever remedial programs or guidance systems that the school has. Number two is, I agree that we need to protect the youth agency and aspirations. That's very important because the shrinking of hope is a quiet mental health challenge. To combat this loss of agency, we must advocate for and cultivate safe student-led spaces within the schools. And for us, the recommendation would be to really establish peer-to-peer support. In the Philippine Mental Health Association, we go out to schools, we establish what we call the link club or the mental health clubs. And those clubs we teach the student how to be empathic to one another, to listen, to support each other. And together, they can keep each other's aspiration and dream together despite any economic pressure or difficulties. And of course, responding to the gender problem of the boys who were noted as having more anxiety than girls, I think it's also important for us to look into more targeted intervention for boys who have anxiety or for men who have anxiety, because our society, of course, have a norm na dapat pag lalaki ka, malakas ka, hindi macho ka, hindi ka bibigay. So that makes them more vulnerable to really suffer silently in terms of their anxiety. And lastly, my time is up, grounding interventions or yung safety net, it has to come also from the family. We need to educate more the parents on how they can listen, communicate, take care of the children. Because yes, parenting is both a protective as well as a risk factor. That's why parenting is very important. And also the convergence of everybody, the CSOs like the Philippine Mental Health Association, the LGUs in the school, to really ensure that the mental health of the students are protected and well taken care of. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Llewellyn. Now we will do a round of conversations here on stage before I open the floor for any queries, comments from everyone else. Let me start with you, Sec Angelo. You mentioned the initiative of CWC on addressing the fragmented implementation of the existing laws, policies, and plans. We have a lot of them already. And you didn't have time to share with us how you are now addressing this fragmented implementation. May I request you, Yusek Angelo, to share with us in more specific detail how you're doing it and how other government agencies can support your initiative.
Thank you, Yusek. Siguro in not so many words. For instance, at the Council for the Welfare of Children, we have a lot of committees and subcommittees. My marching order is to examine all those committees and subcommittees. Dormant committees, redundant committees will be scrapped. As simple as that. Ganun lang po yun. Kasi you will be amazed that there are committees and subcommittees which have been in existence since time immemorial, despite the passage of new laws giving mandates to newer agencies. So internally, there will be housekeeping that the Council for the Welfare of Children is pursuing. Externally, of course, there are interagency councils and committees. For instance, we have committees for trafficking, for online sexual abuse, violence against children. The idea is to harmonize what everybody is doing. Not to create additional committees or councils, interagencies, because the role of an agency like the CWC is to inform legislators, not to create new structures or agencies, and advise them to perhaps examine existing ones, and if mandates that are envisioned in, for instance, in a proposed legislation may be done by existing structures. Ayaw po nating dumami because it adds to confusion. For those with conflicting, overlapping, and redundant mandates or activities, kunyari, and functions, there is the 4Cs, what we call the 4Cs, convergence of councils and committees for children. We try to harmonize it. So that's the thrust of the government po. I mentioned EO 79 earlier. It's an attempt of the government to have all the agencies sit down, identify the mandates, what they're doing for children, and how we can harmonize. So, ang ginawa po namin dito, for instance, the Makabata Helpline is now, the Makabata Helpline 1383 is now the central reporting mechanism of the government for children. There are many hotlines and helplines. We are not competing with them. But so as to streamline the operation of the helplines and hotlines, we connected with everybody. So kahit saan po tumawag, pag bata, babagsak po sa amin yan. Pag matanda naman, naligaw ka sa amin, masushoot ka sa 911 o sa mga LGUs or kung saan pong relevant na help site. So I think that's the the idea, harmonize, streamline, encourage lawmakers to perhaps examine existing structures instead of creating new ones. The easiest po kasi na gawin is to create a new agency or interagency council or body. But of course, we don't want that because it adds confusion when mandates are seemingly overlapping or redundant or yung pare-pareho lang po. Thank you, Yusek.
Thank you very much, Yusek Angelo. When Yusek Angelo was speaking, I remember what we need to do, which is to report to the committee in charge of the optimization law, which it seeks to look into existing overlaps in government agencies of mandates. Thank you for sharing that internally reviewing your own committees and subcommittees, making sure there are no overlaps. This will really help in all of us not attending too many meetings. It's like we're all in meetings, so we can just prioritize and focus. We look forward to hearing more of the successes on CWC's initiative to deal with fragmented systems. Thank you. May I now call on Dr. Drew. Dr. Drew, your mention of the importance of families themselves investing on human capital development, investing on education and health of the children, aside from the government's role. So you emphasized family and the community within the family. I'm wondering, and this is part of your mention of aspiration, being UNFPA, do you have any examples in other countries of how these family strengthening and community interventions have been successful? Always going back to demographic dividend, attainment of demographic dividend. Thank you.
Okay. That's a very difficult question. When you look at the paper from Mason and Lee, a lot of these investments is actually organic, in a sense that it's really the families prioritizing the education of their children. And I think they are usually attributed to East Asian culture in terms of prioritizing education. But I think what we need to look into is really, of course, the physical space, ability of the family to be able to pay, meaning to have the ability to invest. Because if they're living on a subsistence level, that means they don't really have the extra resources to invest. The other thing is that the real experiences of children now, in terms of, for example, some of them would now start to go to work. This actually derails them, and even from the perspective of family, it derails them from being able to invest on themselves. We know that there are stories of children going off to work to be able to pay for the schooling of their other siblings. But the problem with aspirations is that we have to address the reasons why actually that derails their aspirations. Because we see in the data that their aspirations were higher when they were younger. But I think when reality sets in, it's a big question. What actually is happening from 10 to 18 as they go through? One of the discussions is the schooling. Because they have difficulty in school, they already realize now, okay, I won't be able to graduate. So I think these are the things that we have to target in terms of what programs we need to do. Not so much because the government has to always provide that enabling factor, to be able to help them to make these correct decisions or investments. So, yes.
Thank you, Dr. Drew. And it's really good to segue from what you said to Ms. Llewellyn, because Ms. Llewellyn, you emphasized that our school system should look at off-track children, or maybe those who will have the tendency to leave school, not just from the cognitive point of view, including, not just from cognitive, but also as their aspiration, their mental health. So it's not just cognitive. That should be embedded in how our learners are taught in school. So I'm really excited about the participation of your association in doing this. Have you already talked to some schools about this? Have you had successes, and what are your plans moving forward?
Yes, actually, we're working with several schools division offices in the past and also at present, as well as other local government units. We're actually training the youth to be the mental health advocates themselves. But apart from training the youth on how to support each other, we are also training the parents as well, and also the teachers, because we really believe that when we train the youth, we also need to train the people who are around them. So we're trying to promote advocacy in mental health by enabling the whole school system, because it's really important that, for example, parents would know how to listen with empathy to their children. Teachers would know how to provide support and to also communicate as well, so that the students will not lose interest, for example, in going to school. And if they have what we call the silent symptoms, like they are losing interest, we would be able to really catch them early and motivate them already before they even resort to not attending school or losing interest in what they have been aspiring for in the future. So those are the initiatives that we want to really promote.
I hope you don't mind, because we don't have a representative from DepEd. I will ask you the other question that I would have wanted to ask DepEd. You mentioned that you are now talking not just to the school, but also the parents. Yes. How do you reach the parents? Because my knowledge that I get is the parents don't anymore really attend PTA meetings, and that is usually where the school talks to the parents in terms of working with their learners. Could you share with us, do you have a community-based way working with LGUs on reaching the parents?
For DepEd, I cannot speak for them, but I guess it's really quite challenging to really engage all the parents. But there are parents who really do attend when we do the parenting sessions with them. For the local government units, we do the invitation through the LGUs, and some of the parents, the same behavior. Some would attend, but not all would do so, because some of the participants would, of course, have parents who need to work, and they cannot lose a day working in a lost income for them. But there are parents who are very supportive, and that would, and usually in program implementation, if the parents are supportive, even in therapy, if the parents are supportive, the chances of success would be higher. That's why we're really encouraging the parents to really involve themselves in the mental health programs for their children.
Last question for you. Dr. Herin mentioned that the boys should be given more focus now because of what we see from the study, which actually the study supports what we see in official statistics. The education statistics that is being released by DepEd and PSA. In talking to the schools that you are engaging with now, do you also talk about pedagogy, not only pedagogy, but really, the other aspirational and giving hope and meeting what the children need, not just in school?
Yes, we do. For the Philippine Mental Health Association, we have made it our conscious effort to also target men or boys and to provide them safe spaces to really talk about their mental health concerns. And in school, yes, we want to be able to encourage the students not only to talk to us, but to talk to amongst themselves. Because if a student or a youth has a problem, most probably they would want to discuss that to their peers. That's why we're really encouraging peer support. That's much of what we are promoting as an organization. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ms. Llewellyn. May I now open the floor for any comment, questions to the panel. But if someone would like to ask questions of Dr. Borja and Dr. Harin, I believe we will also encourage it. I have time only for 2 to 3 ones. Yes, please. Please introduce yourself and the organization that you represent and who your question is for. Here.
Thank you, Paul. Rivandra Royono from ID Insight. First of all, I just want to congratulate everyone who's involved in this research. The thought of being able to follow a cohort of thousands from 10 years old to right now like 20, that's just like insane, you know, like kahanga-hanga talaga ito. So congratulations to all of you. I think my first question is probably maybe related more to Dr. Borja, because I just really want to know whether you control for poverty for a lot of these predictors that you mentioned. It's just that when I look at a lot of these predictors, they seem to be proxies of poverty, right? Including things like aspirations and parenting. It seems like they're proxies of poverty. So like, I just wonder whether you control for that. And also I was wondering that when you control for that, do you still see a negative predictor of things like single parenthood or identification, children identifying themselves as part of the LGBTQ group, for instance, and that would be interesting. The second question is really, and that's probably for the panel, because you touched this a little bit. I just want to dive a little bit deeper, because I want to ask you about policy levers, because there's a clearer and more obvious policy levers when we talk about policy to impact pathways when it comes to the provision of education and health services. And I'm not saying that they're easy. I'm just saying that, and you know, like you said, Angelo can talk more about how this is not easy, but there is a clear pathway from policy to impact. Now, is there any policy levers when we talk about things like parenting and community support and aspirations? And again, this is linked to my first question, because if the correlation is very strong between poverty and lack of aspirations and poor parenting, is it the case that the only way that we can change things is by improving the socioeconomic status of these households? Or is there any policy lever that we can use while we accepting the constraint of social policy, socioeconomic background of these households? Thanks.
Check. Hi. So regarding controlling for SES in the analysis, well, that's standard for us. For all the models, we do control for variables that are likely to be underlying factors for a particular outcome. So the results that you see are actually net of the effects of wealth index status. Yeah.
The other question on policy levers was addressed to the panel, but maybe I could also ask Dr. Harin if he has some thoughts on this, or even Dr. Tuanyo or members of the PIDS team. Yes, Yusek Angelo.
Yusek, just a quick comment about poverty. In the children's sector, poverty is really a driver. You know? When you talk about violence against children, whether it's corporal punishment, this is physical punishment being inflicted to children in the name of discipline. Ano? So usually this is being implemented by parents. So poverty is a factor, lack of education. Online sexual abuse, whether offline or online, poverty is also a driver. But it doesn't account for everything. Kasi hindi naman como or something, violence against children happens. So while we identify it as a driver, and in fact, that's why the DSWD, our parent agency, is really bent on solving poverty, of course, with other agencies of the government. And strengthening the family, we have the PES law, the Parent Effectiveness Services Act, teaching parents how to be better parents. Ano. There are a lot of things the government is doing to address poverty. But yun nga, poverty does not explain for everything. Even in online sexual abuse, the economic factor is a driver, but it's not it doesn't account for everything. You know, some people or some children, female or male children, generate sexual abuse materials for for the lure of easy money. Not really poverty, you know. Some people create AI-generated child sexual abuse materials and they are not necessarily poor. Sila yung educated na merong pambili ng hardware and software. So, of course, it's really very important. That's why the government is also focusing on it. Thank you po.
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Llewellyn?
For us as implementers, because we are an NGO, we really bank on the what is being done in the level of the government agency that we collaborate on. For example, for DepEd or for the LGUs, there is a national mental health act, for example. But we also notice that when it comes to implementation in the ground level, the Mental Health Act and the Basic Education Mental Health Promotion Act is still in the phase where they are still working on how to really implement it in the ground level. So what we basically do is we anchor our programs into the gaps that we see in terms of the programs that are being implemented, for example, in the SDO level or in the LGU levels. And we try not to replace the efforts, but we try to complement and provide technical support. So that's how our organization works in terms of implementation of policies in the LGUs and in the DepEd departments that we work with.
Thank you, Ms. Llewellyn. Dr. Drew?
No, for us, because we see poverty as both as a risk factor and as an outcome. So I guess as UNFPA, to give an example, when you talk about adolescent pregnancy, so while we know that poverty is one of the situations that actually drives the high adolescent pregnancy in the country, we also know, based on the study of Dr. Hirin, that it also drives poor economic outcomes for the individual, for the girl, due to lack of opportunities and able to finish her education. So it's hard to solve poverty directly on its own without addressing all of these wicked problems. That's why I think we have to address the issues of adolescent pregnancy, stunting. By the way, the stunting rate went up according to the National Nutrition Council today. And also violence is also one wicked problem. So we have to address all of these together. That's why the topic is Ugnayan.
Yeah.
Because the reality is all of these issues are interconnected. That's also what makes it difficult, because when you ask questions, what is the one thing that will solve everything? I think the reality is there's none.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Drew. Yes, it really, I remember the study showing the interconnectedness of the Sustainable Development Goals, where one has an impact on another. So if you address one, you will address the other. If you don't address one, there will be a negative impact on another. In the interest of time, I will, unless our resource persons, Dr. Borja, Dr. Hirin, have more to say, I will end this. One more question, but I would like to ask if there are other others who would like to answer the policy lever question. In a way, the answer is there are a lot. It's still about implementing these policies, and as mentioned, all of the poverty is really interconnected with other issues. So I really like the comment of Ms. Llewellyn, where civil society provides the gaps of implementation, because the government cannot implement everything.
Everyone, and welcome back. Our session 1 this morning established the evidence base, findings, and what they mean for policy. The second session, or this afternoon of our program, will take on a more targeted approach. We will look at two specific studies that examine the conditions that put adolescents at risk and how factors such as gender, identity, and family intersect with their well-being. We formally opened the afternoon session with a message of support from Ms. Claire Bauer, Second Secretary at the Australian Embassy in the Philippines. She has expertise in humanitarian assistance, gender equality, and disability equity, and also development in fragile and conflict-affected areas. She has worked on development programming across the Indo-Pacific, including the Middle East and Afghanistan, the Pacific, and Southeast Asia. Let us all welcome Ms. Claire Bauer. Let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you. What a nice welcome. Good afternoon, all. Magandang hapon. I'd like to start by acknowledging distinguished colleagues from PIDS, UNFPA, DepEd, CPD, and CWC. Some of you who I've had the pleasure of meeting for the first time today. I'm very grateful to UNFPA for inviting the Australian Embassy to today's National Dissemination Forum, and commend our partners for organising this event in line with the objective of advancing evidence-informed and inclusive policies for Filipino children and adolescents. Australia and the Philippines have a strong and enduring partnership built on more than 80 years of diplomatic engagement, including 50 years of development cooperation. Australia recognises that an evidence-based decision-making culture contributes to improved public service delivery, transparency, and greater trust. This is why we put evidence generation at the core of our development programming. Doing so ensures that it's considered at every step of inclusive policy development. The longitudinal study of Filipino adolescents and today's forum are concrete examples of how we can achieve our goals for Filipino adolescents. Your presence demonstrates your commitment to partner with the Philippine government and effect meaningful change backed by robust evidence. We are delighted to have supported the Longitudinal Cohort Study for the past 10 years. This year in March, we extended our partnership with UNFPA to support the final phase of the study by committing an additional 43 million pesos. And this brings our total support to 150 million pesos since the study's inception in 2016. We're very pleased that the study is well supported by a network of partners. DepDev, DepEd, UNICEF and UNFPA have provided crucial resourcing and technical expertise to make this work happen. It was great to see all of your participation during the panel discussion earlier, and I encourage all of you to do the same in the deep dive session this afternoon. Your insights and experiences in your respective fields will help the Philippine government and its development partners to create policies and programs that deliver lasting change. On behalf of the Australian government, I look forward to our continued partnership with the Philippine government, UN and development partners in putting young Filipinos and sound evidence at the centre of decision making. Together, we work towards improved learning, well-being and life outcomes for Filipino children and adolescents. Maraming salamat. Right now?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Claire. So we will advance the photo opportunity for this afternoon session. So may I request Ms. Claire to stay on stage, as well as our speakers from PIDS this afternoon, and our discussants from our second panel, as well as our moderator, to take a quick photo opportunity on stage. So we will advance it further up in the program. So may I call on Dr. Val Ulep, Mr. Lyle Casas, Mr. Aaron Manuel, and our discussants, Mr. Nicolas Tenazas, Ms. Janet Dulawan, and Honorable Rene Ko, as well as our moderator, Dr. Francis Ho. May I also request our speakers, Sir Randy, you can also join the photo opportunity, as well as representatives from the office of from University of San Carlos. All right. Maybe a representative from OPS? All right. Okay, you ready? Okay, 1, 2. Oh, okay. May I request Miss Bernabu to also join the photo? Sir Drew, you can also join the photo opportunity. Yes, we can take the photo again. Okay. All right. Thank you to our afternoon speakers and discussants for that advanced photo opportunity. I will now call on Dr. Valerie Gilbert Ulep, Senior Research Fellow and the Program Director of the Health Economics and Finance Program of PIDS. Let us all welcome Dr. Val Ulep to provide an overview of this afternoon's program. Let us all give him a round of applause.
Hello. Present the results of our study. I would like Yes, we have been undertaking empirical research on education. Conducted. Our education team is also So I would say that these empirical work using this longitudinal data has been important and vital in informing policies and reforms, for example, by the Education Commission 2 or EDCOM 2, the Department of Education, PhilHealth, and the Department of Health. No? So these studies are part of our broader vision at PIDS to better understand the trajectories and the factors that shape the lives, development, and well-being of our Filipino adolescent. No? So by examining how experiences in childhood influence outcomes later in life, we hope to generate evidence that can help guide policies and investments that support the next generation of Filipinos. No? So, okay, I'll start with trying to contextualize what Ugnayan is, and I think Anne-Ray already mentioned this a while ago, but let me begin with a simple idea that our future does not start today. Right? It starts with our past. So our hypothesis here is that the conditions we experience growing up, our family or even fetus or fetal environment, right? Our family, our environment, our sense of safety at home, and our early experiences in school shape the opportunities available to us later in life. So these early experiences accumulate and influence our current socioeconomic circumstance. No? So children who grow up in supportive, safe and nurturing environments are more likely to stay in school. So we're gonna present some analysis later. Develop confidence, build social connections, and acquire the skills needed to thrive. Conversely, exposure to violence, exclusion, bullying, or instability can create disadvantages, no, that persist not only today but also in the future. And we hope to kind of show some evidence on that. No? Okay, so over time, these experiences, the current experiences, translate into the future through the processes of human capital accumulation. So human capital is not only about education, right? It also includes about health, well-being, skills, resilience, and the ability to participate productively in society. So in other words, the past shapes the present, and the present shapes the future. That's why when we coined the Ugnayan, we were like thinking about this construct. No? Okay. So we want to deep dive a little bit this afternoon. So if early experiences shape future outcomes, the next question is, where do these experiences occur? Saan ba sila nanggagaling? And in this presentation, we want to focus on two spaces. I call it spaces or environment, and that is home. Because a clear example to this will be that the home may be a source of violence, right? Parental violence, for example. And the hypothesis here is that this violence might affect education and learning outcomes. No? So the idea here is that home should be safe, but when there is violence, that might affect education outcomes. And we hope to present some of these findings. Another one is school. So, a lot of the, if you look at the time that children would spend will be at school, right? So, our second deep dive that will be presented by Aaron focuses on schools. So, where we look at bullying, exclusion, and SOGI-related risks, and how these experiences affect students' sense of safety, belonging, and overall well-being. So, but basically, the overall policy implication to this are the following. No? So first, the concept of protection. No? So first, you must protect children and young people from violence, abuse, bullying, and other risks that undermines their development, education, and health. Safe homes and safe, So, and next one is inclusion, right? So inclusion. So we must build inclusive environments where every child feels respected, valued, and able to participate. So inclusion is not just a social goal, but in this empirical work that we're doing, it actually improves learning, well-being, and future opportunities. No? And again, it's really, intervening early. No? The intervention should not just be now, should be now, no, not tomorrow. So I think this is the overall arching policy implications that we want to kind of impart during this second half of the session. So I'll give the floor to Anne so she can introduce our next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc Val, for giving that overview. So with that, we will now proceed with our first deep dive from PIDS based on the data from LCSFC. So let me introduce our next presenter, which is one of the study's authors. Mr. Lyle Daryl Casas is a senior research specialist and a program member of the Health Economics and Finance program at PIDS. He is a nutritionist dietitian and a public health researcher with a master's degree in public health, concentrating in epidemiology and biostatistics at the University of the Philippines, Manila. Please give him a round of applause.
Thank you, Anne. So good morning, everyone, and thank you for that kind introduction. Let's just wait for the slides. Okay. So good morning, everyone. So I'm here to present the main insights from the PIDS discussion paper and forthcoming policy note authored with my colleagues, Aaron Manuel and Doc Val Ulep. So this presentation titled Home Should Be Safe, How Parental Violence Affects Children Education in the Philippines discusses evidence on the association of parental violence and education outcomes using the data from the Longitudinal Cohort Study of the Filipino Child. So we'll begin with the background and study objectives, followed by the methods, results, and discussion, and then lastly, the conclusions and way forward. And so for the introduction, we'll discuss briefly what is violence against children, the state of VAC, and globally and in the Philippines, its implication, research gaps, and the study objectives. So starting with the definition of the violence against children. So we all know that VAC is any act that harms or threatens a child's health, development, dignity, or survival. And as shown in this slide, VAC can take many forms. So these include physical violence such as hitting, slapping, kicking, or any form of corporal punishment, emotional violence, sexual violence, and even neglect and exploitation. So it can be committed by anyone's environment, like parents or caregivers, teachers, peers, or even strangers and community members. But in this paper, we focus on violence inflicted by parents, whether by physical or emotional means. And as we looked into the current state of VAC, next slide, please. Okay, so recent estimates suggest that about half of the global child population experience some form of violence at some point in their lives. So imagine that this is equivalent to nearly 1 billion children. And putting it in local context, in the Philippines, what we see is that 3 in 5 Filipino children aged 1 to 14 experience violent discipline at home. And another study also highlighted that 13 to 24-year-olds, 3 in 5 of them report having experienced physical or emotional violence at any setting. So while certain forms of disciplinary actions may have been normalized across generations, next slide please, research suggests that VAC has profound and lasting effects on the affected children. So not just on their health and well-being, but also on educational outcomes and economic productivity. So when we look at the economic costs of violence against children, it is estimated at $7 trillion at a global scale, and literature suggests that in East Asia and the Pacific, where our country belongs, it costs up to $206 billion or about 2% of the region's GDP. And when it comes to education, theory and evidence both show that violence against children can lead to poor outcomes, and as presented in the slide. So in theory, violence against children has psychological effects to the children, which could lead to poor outcomes, and empirically, adolescents with adverse childhood aims to use longitudinal data to examine how exposure to parental violence affect the children's educational outcomes. Next. Okay, so specifically, our study aims to, first is to describe the prevalence of parental violence among young Filipino adolescents. Second is to compare school-related outcomes between children exposed and not exposed to such violence, and estimate the impact of parental violence on school enrollment and academic performance, specifically in math, reading, and science. And to attain these objectives, we leverage the data from the Longitudinal Cohort Study of Filipino children. Next slide. Okay. So as mentioned also in the earlier session, LCSFC is a 15-year prospective cohort study tracking around 5,000 Filipino children from age 10 in 2016 to age 24 in 2030. So this provides us rich data on health, education, risk behaviors, and exposure to violence. And in this paper, we covered waves 1 to 5, which correspond to ages 10 to 14, or the early or young adolescents. So basically, we analyzed the same group of children, merging data from multiple modules from 2016 to 2021, with information from both the index children and their households. And for our variables and measurements, sorry, the main predictor is the exposure to parental violence as reported by the child at age 10, and we define this as recent first-hand experience of either physical or emotional violence by parents in the past 6 months of the survey. So now the two primary educational outcomes have been assessed. So first, we measure school enrollment during the wave 5, and then another outcome is the academic performance in math, reading, and science using the most recent data that we have from wave 4. Moving on to the background factors that we incorporated into the regression model. So these included child factors that, according to literature, may affect the outcomes of interest. So we also included in the early life factors or the baseline data of the outcomes, such as prior school enrollment and prior academic performance. And to control for socioeconomic and demographic factors, I think this was also emphasized earlier that we should control for these factors. We included the baseline household and household head factors listed in the table and their socioeconomic status. So essentially, we selected these covariates based on the literature and data availability. Next. Okay, so in the analysis to estimate the relationship of parental violence and educational outcomes, we adopted a model from Case et al. In 2003, wherein we argue that the educational outcomes or school enrollment and academic performance in the future are a linear function of prior exposure to parental violence and the vector of covariates. So in the analysis, all these outcomes are binary or dichotomous, and as such, we did a logistic regression. So we have 3 model structures per outcome. First is we analyze them collectively as a whole, all children, without stratification, and then 2 models, we stratified them by sex to see if there are variations. And we'll deep dive on the results for each of the model later. Now going into the results of the study. First, we present the characteristics of the cohort from 4,952 households by their characteristics at baseline. So first, the weighted sample is nearly evenly distributed by sex with 98.7% school enrollment rates. Second is that we can also see that around 2 in 10 children have low academic performance across all subjects. Next is next is around 3 in 10 are underweight and are firstborn children. And aside from that, only 1.6% are children with disabilities. And finally, the results from the Ravens IQ test highlight a mean household head profile. Most of them are males, the household heads of these children, aged 30 to 49 years and have completed cells and between urban and rural areas. And lastly, on geographic location, we can see that in this sample, more than half of the cohort are situated in Luzon. Oops. Okay. Now we present the bivariate analysis, which reveals significant patterns. So basically, this table shows how exposure to parental violence varies across key background characteristics. And one thing we were able to see is that the majority of children exposed to parental violence are boys, and they are more likely to come from households where the head has completed preschool, primary, or secondary education. These children are also more frequently found in households with low to middle incomes and are predominantly from Luzon as well. And another is that approximately 20 to 25% of children who experience such violence demonstrate low academic performance across all subjects compared to those who are not exposed. Okay, now here we present the proportions of children exposed to parental violence across waves 1 to 4. At baseline, or wave 1, about 39.5% of children reported experiencing either physical or emotional violence from a parent. And in the succeeding waves, exposure remains relatively high, that is 35 and 34% in waves 2 and 3 respectively, and dropping around 27% in wave 4. So for our analysis, we focus primarily on wave 1 exposure because this is the baseline measure that will serve as the key predictor of children's later educational outcomes. So, okay, this is the key insight of our deep dive on the first part, or the violence at home. So we found that prior exposure to parental violence is associated with substantially lower odds of school enrollment years later. So this means that children exposed to parental violence were significantly less likely to remain enrolled in school. Exposure to parental violence in wave 1 was significantly associated with a 57% reduction in the odds of school enrollment by wave 5 compared to those unexposed children. And when we stratify this by sex, boys and girls exposed to parental violence in wave 1 were 48 and 66% less likely to be enrolled in school by wave 5. So this remains consistent with the existing evidence stating that violence, whether physical or emotional, has been negatively linked with being on track in schooling, enrollment, and children's participation in class. So the 57% reduction refers to the odds, not exactly the percentage of children enrolled. And since enrollment is high during baseline, most exposed children are still enrolled, but they are significantly less likely to be enrolled than children who were not exposed. And the next, when we look at academic performance, however, we observe trends towards lower odds. However, in the current data that we have, there is no sufficient evidence yet or statistical significance to conclude this, but based on the direction of the association, we see a general decrease in odds of academic performance. So this lack of statistical significance may reflect unmeasured factors not captured yet in the waves available, or it could indicate that while parental violence affects school enrollment and engagement immediately, its impact on academic achievement may emerge more gradually or in ways beyond the current scope of this study. So those two key findings are the main message of this first deep dive. And now, I will just briefly discuss the study's limitations. So first, although we control for various covariates in different waves, confounding may still occur due to unobserved variables. So for instance, the cohort does not include measures on parenting style, household mental health, or the emotional quality of the parent-child interactions, which could be factors that are associated with both the exposure to violence and educational outcomes. Second is, while the longitudinal design of the study allows for a stronger temporal interpretation of effects, it remains observational in nature. So as such, unmeasured variables continue to pose issues when we do causal inference. And finally, measurement error is another potential limitation, particularly since parental violence is captured through self-reported measures. So as previous studies have noted, such measures may be prone to underreporting, potentially leading to biased estimates of its true impact. But notwithstanding these limitations, our study demonstrates that early exposure to parental violence is still a significant predictor of poor school enrollment, highlighting the importance of effective interventions to reduce violence at home among young learners, where we expect that that space at home is safe for our children. Taken all together, our study highlights that early exposure to parental violence is a predictor of poor school enrollment. And we provided compelling evidence from a nationally represented longitudinal data in the Philippines demonstrating a link between early exposure to violence and educational outcomes. So in the Philippines, where poor educational outcomes are a national concern, these results aim to inform policies and programs to reduce parental violence. So we recommend the sustained implementation and expansion of nationwide multi-sectoral early intervention programs that integrate parenting education, awareness, school-based violence prevention, and community advocacy. So we've noted here key government programs, including that of the programs of the DSWD, Parent Effectiveness Service, and WHO's Parenting for Lifelong Health program, locally adopted as Masayang Pamilya or MAPA. And another recommendation is to strengthen our data systems coordinated by a dedicated government task force with clear mandates and funding, comprehensive training for our local officials, and active engagement of men and boys to challenge harmful social norms. So these programs may form a complementary multi-sectoral approach critical to reducing home violence and promoting the well-being and academic success of Filipino learners. And relatedly, the EDCOM2 has also provided recommendations on home and school environment, such as fully implementing the now strengthened anti-bullying IRR through practical tools, staffing support, and monitoring and accountability mechanisms, and also by addressing shortages in guidance and mental health personnel, as was also emphasized in the AM session earlier, strengthening parenting, family support, school-based referral systems to reduce violence at home and improve the learner well-being. Okay, so that concludes my presentation, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Casas, for sharing the findings of your study. Their study is just one example of many possibilities or many type of analysis that can be produced from a very rich information or data set that is the LCSFC. So we will proceed directly to our second deep dive so that we will have more time for the panel and Q&A later. So let me introduce the next presenter from PIDS. So we have here Mr. Aaron Carlos Manuel, who is a technical specialist at PIDS, a registered psychometrician and former clinician who has over 5 years of experience in health and nutrition research. His work focuses on health financing, education, and violence prevention, with particular interest in policies that improve outcomes for children, adolescents, and other vulnerable population. I would like to invite Mr. Manuel to the stage to discuss the association between SOGI and experiences of domestic violence and bullying. Let us give him a round of applause.
Hello, hello. Hi everyone, good morning, good afternoon. I'm Aaron Manuel, and I will be presenting our findings from forthcoming PIDS discussion paper I co-authored with Mr. Leonardo Casas, Dr. Winlove P. Mojica, and Dr. Val Ulep. No? So basically, in this paper, we look into violence among the people of diverse SOGI or the LGBTQ+. So I'll be sharing what the data says, what it means for policy, and what we think needs to happen next. So we start with a brief context of the study, followed by the method section, key findings, and then finally, conclusion and ways forward. Starting off with the understanding of what SOGI is. For those less familiar with the term, SOGI is a framework that helps us understand sexuality and gender across 3 distinct dimensions. No? So for sexual orientation, it refers to who a person is emotionally, romantically, or sexually attracted to, which this includes being heterosexual, homosexual, bisexual, and others. No? And for gender identity, this is about the person's internal sense of who they are, whether they identify as a man, a woman, transgender, non-binary, and so on. So it's basically distinct from sex assigned at birth natin. No? So for gender expression, it refers to how a person externally presents themselves through their appearance, mannerisms, style, and etc. So we categorize this as conforming when expression matches what societies expects based on sex, or non-confirming when it doesn't. No? So a key point here is that every human being has SOGI. So it's not intended only for the LGBTQ plus people, but for each individual. And as we looked into the problem or the problem landscape of SOGI, we see that there are high rates of violence. No? As young people figure out who they are, that same journey of self-discovery is also marked by real experiences of harm. So in the Philippines, we see that 8 in 10 adolescents and youth have experienced some form of violence in their lifetime. That alone is alarming, but when we look specifically at the LGBTQ plus youth, we see that 3 in 4 experience physical maltreatment, 4 in 5 experience physical abuse, and 1 in 3 reported sexual violation. And their experiences of violence were consistently higher than heterosexual males and females. And now we ask, why does this matter beyond numbers? No? And it's because violence doesn't just cause immediate harm, it also leaves a lasting impact across multiple dimensions of a young person's life, as also mentioned by Lyle earlier. No? So these types of violence were we're talking about range from physical emotional abuse until the exploitation. And the consequences ripple toward physically, it causes injury and disability. Mentally, it contributes to depression, anxiety, and suicidal behavior. And educationally, it leads to absenteeism, poor performance, and dropout. No? And further down the line, it limits employment opportunities and earning potential as well. So in short, exposure to violence shapes the trajectory of an entire life. And this is why understanding who is at most risk is very important. But despite the scale of this problem, there's a significant gap in the evidence-based where most existing research, particularly from the low middle income countries like the Philippines, does not disaggregate findings by SOGI. No? And when SOGI is examined, studies tend to treat it as a single, undifferentiated construct rather than separating out sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression. And the reason this distinction matters for research is that it's because each dimension may relate to violence differently. So our study tries to address that gap. No? And as our overarching aim was to examine the associations between SOGI and experiences of violence among Filipino adolescents. And more specifically, we wanted to first describe who's in our sample, then look at whether characteristics differ between those exposed and unexposed to violence, and finally, to estimate the strength of associations between the SOGI and each violence outcome using regression models. So moving on with our methods, since Lalo has already explained this and our colleagues from the UNFPA as well, I will not dwell on it further, no, the LCSFC. But basically what I want to highlight is the specific way we do this study from. So for this study, we focused on the wave 6 collected in 2022 when the cohort was 16 years old. No? And we used this wave because it was the first time the SOGI module was introduced in the survey. And after applying the data completeness criteria, we included around 4,000 in our analytical sample. And more importantly, the study received ethics approval from the SJ Reb of the DOH, and informed consent and assent were obtained from all the respondents. And before we get into the findings, I want to briefly walk you through how we measured SOGI. So each of these dimensions was captured through self-administered survey questions. This is an important methodological choice because self-identification is widely regarded as gold standard. So rather than assigning identities based on external observations or assumptions, respondents were given the opportunity to describe themselves in their own terms, which this helps improve the validity and accuracy of the LCSFC data. No? And for the analysis, responses were grouped into broader categories. And we can see na for sexual orientation and gender identity, respondents were classified as either non-diverse or diverse. For gender expression, respondents were categorized either gender conforming or gender non-conforming. And these groupings were necessary to ensure sufficient sample sizes for statistical analysis and to facilitate comparison across the groups. So it's also important to note that these classifications were not developed specifically for this study. Rather, they were adapted from established measures and frameworks used in the international literature. And now, turning into our outcomes, we looked at two forms of violence, domestic violence and bullying. We define domestic violence broadly, which includes the recent experiences of physical violence by parents, physical violence by any adult in the home, emotional violence by parents, and ever witnessed physical violence at home. So this broader operationalization recognizes that household violence is not limited to direct victimization, but also includes exposure to violence as a witness, which can still have significant development and mental health consequences for our adolescents. Bullying, in contrast, was defined more narrowly and with stricter criteria to align with the established conceptualizations in the literature. It required that adolescent had experienced either physical or emotional bullying, characterized by two essential features, the intentionality and repetition. So the behavior had to be purposely harmful rather than accidental, and it had to occur repeatedly over time rather than as a one-off incident. And the stricter definition is important because it distinguishes bullying from general peer conflict or isolated incidents of aggression. And moving on with the covariates, we accounted for individual and household levels, including sex at birth, school enrollment, self-rated health. We also have anxiety scores, household head sex, education and age, geographic location. We also have urban and rural classification and household income. So these were included to ensure our SOGI estimates were not confounded by these background factors. And in other words, this approach strengthens the internal validity of the analysis by reducing the likelihood that observed patterns are confounded by these socio-demographic factors. And moving on to the statistical analysis, we next describe the models and estimation strategy used to examine these relationships. So now, our analytical approach moved through 3 stages. First is all of which are weighted to ensure the representativeness of the sample. We started with univariate analysis to describe distribution of the key variables, followed by bivariate analysis using chi-square test and t-test to examine differences between exposed and unexposed groups. We then ran multivariable logistic regression models to estimate the association between each SOGI dimension and each violence outcome. And then we stratified them also by sex. And looking at the slide, We ran 36 models in total, covering all combinations of the SOGI predictor, the violence outcome, and sex subgroup. So now, for the key findings of our study, our analytical sample of around 4,000 adolescents was, we see here that they are nearly evenly distributed by sex, with nearly all adolescents enrolled in school and most attending public institutions. So nearly 1 in 5 reported drinking or smoking, while the majority rated their health as average. In terms of mental health, the mean anxiety score of 7.87 indicates a moderate level of anxiety symptoms within the cohort. And this highlights that the importance of examining factors such as violence exposure, bullying, and socioeconomic conditions that may contribute to adolescent mental health as well. And at the household level, most household heads are male, around 49 years old, and the majority completed secondary education. Looking at geography, the sample is weighted toward Luzon at 53.6%, followed by Mindanao and Visayas. And most adolescents in the cohort reside in Luzon and urban areas, with slightly higher representation among the highest income group compared to the lowest and middle terciles. And for our predictors and outcomes, we see that 14% of the adolescents aged 16 years old in 2022 identified with a diverse sexual orientation. 4.9% had a diverse gender identity, and 24.9% expressed gender non-conformingly. So we see here that we describe the sexual orientation as lesbian, gay, bisexual, pansexual, asexual, and queer, and etc. So these baseline, So on the outcome side naman, 34.8% had been exposed to domestic violence, and while 4.2% had experienced intentional and repeated bullying, this baseline prevalence set the stage for understanding the disparities we'll see in the next slides. So here, in our bivariate analysis for domestic violence, clear differences emerged between exposed and unexposed adolescents. So adolescents of diverse SOGI were more common among those exposed. However, gender expression did not reach statistical significance. And beyond SOGI, those exposed to domestic violence were more likely to report vices, had higher anxiety scores on average, and were more likely to live in urban areas and in Mindanao. And before we get into the regression results, it's worth noting also that diverse sexual orientation and gender identity and gender expression were already significantly more common among those exposed to bullying, even at a bivariate level. So females were more represented among the bullied group, anxiety scores were notably higher, and exposure was disproportionately concentrated in Mindanao. And these patterns are suggestive, but to understand whether SOGI independently predicts violence after accounting for all these factors, we need the regression models. No? And here, as the core finding of the study, we see that adolescents of diverse sexual orientations had 1.7 times higher odds of experiencing domestic violence and twice the odds of being bullied even after adjusting for all covariates. So for gender identity, the unadjusted model showed significant associations, but these attenuated to non-significance after adjustment. And this tells us that part of what initially looked like a gender identity effect may be explained by other factors in the model. And again, the clearest and most consistent signal across both outcomes is sexual orientation. So in other words, being lesbian, being gay, bisexual, pansexual, asexual, or queer significantly increases the odds of violence among Filipino adolescents. On the other note, we also see that gender expression is significantly associated with experiencing domestic violence. So they have about 1.2 higher odds of experiencing domestic violence, as we see in the slide. And what's important to note here is that these are adjusted estimates, meaning we have already accounted for their health status, anxiety scores, and other factors. No? And the SOGI violence relationship holds independent to these of these factors. And now, as we stratify it by sex, the picture becomes more nuanced. For domestic violence among boys, diverse sexual orientation significantly increased the odds by nearly twice. And among girls, both diverse sexual orientation and non-conforming gender expression were independently significant, with girls of diverse sexual orientation having 1.5 times higher odds, while with girls expressing gender non-conformingly having around 1.6 times higher odds of domestic violence exposure. For bullying among boys, both sexual orientation and gender expression were significant predictors. However, among girls, none of the SOGI dimension reached significance in the adjusted models. And what this tells us is that the mechanisms linking to SOGI to violence are not uniform, meaning they differ by sex, and interventions may need to be tailored accordingly. And to sum this up, in the policy perspective, these findings have direct relevance for violence prevention, child protection, and education and health systems in the Philippines. Existing child protection mechanisms and school-based anti-bullying programs may not adequately address the specific vulnerabilities of the LGBTQ plus adolescents. And strengthening protections require not only enforcement of existing laws, but also the integration of SOGI-sensitive approaches in schools, community programs, and social services. And ultimately, the evidence presented can help inform policy debates in empirical data, particularly in discussions surrounding inclusive protection against violence and discrimination. And before we conclude, we want to be transparent about the limitations of the study. The analysis relies on self-reported measures of SOGI, domestic violence and bullying, which may also be subject to underreporting and social desirability bias. So for instance, LGBTQ plus adolescents may conceal their identities due to fear of discrimination. This leads to misclassification into heterosexual, cisgender, or conforming categories. And such non-differential misclassification typically biases associations towards the null, meaning the true odds of experiencing violence may be higher than the present estimates. And another limitation is that the data for this analysis are cross-sectional, so we can describe associations but cannot establish causality. No? And we also recommend that future analysis using subsequent LCSFC waves could better capture trajectories over time. And another study limitation is that technology-facilitated forms of violence like cyberbullying are captured but not the focus of the current analysis. And given the increasing digital engagement of Filipino adolescents and documented associations between cyberbullying and adverse outcomes, exploring these online dimensions of violence in future research would reveal how digital spaces affect existing vulnerabilities among Filipino adolescents. Finally, the survey did not capture sex characteristics, which refers to the biological attributes of the person, attributes a person is born with. Although we have the variable for sex at birth, the information on intersex individuals whose bodies do not fit typically definitions of male or female are lacking. So we recognize that this is a meaningful gap as intersex, adolescents may face their own distinct set of vulnerabilities that our data simply cannot speak to. So with those limitations in mind, let's close this with what we conclude and where we think the evidence points moving forward. So in conclusion, this study provides quantitative evidence that SOGI-related disparities in violence exist among Filipino adolescents age 16. So the most consistent finding is that diverse sexual orientation is independently associated with higher odds of both domestic violence and bullying, even after accounting for wide range of individual and household factors. And a big policy implication is that it is no longer sufficient to address violence in general terms, but there is a need for inclusive, evidence-based approaches that explicitly recognize the elevated vulnerabilities of adolescents of diverse SOGI. And on that note, we offer concrete ways forward. First, on the legislative side, we recommend the enactment of comprehensive anti-discrimination legislation, specifically the passage of the SOGI-SC Equality Act, which would provide legal protection against discrimination and violence based on SOGI. While the Anti-Violence Against Women and Children addresses domestic violence, its protections are framed around women and children within intimate or familial relationships and do not extend to SOGI-SC-based violence more explicitly. So indeed, existing Philippine laws that prohibit violence, including the Anti-Bullying Act of 2013, contain no specific provisions covering SOGI-SC-based violence, leaving a legislative gap for the most vulnerable. And as the education delivery system offers a strategic avenue for violence prevention, we advocate the amendment of the Anti-Bullying Act of 2013 to explicitly include gender-based bullying as a prohibited act. This is consistent with the proposed bills of Senators Ontiveros and Tulfo, both of which seeks to expand the coverage of the act to include acts that humiliate or exclude the persons on the basis of perceived or actual sexual orientation and gender identity. So we also want to advocate to fully implement the strengthened IRR of the Anti-Bullying Act as also recommended by the EDCOM 2. And this is because explicitly naming gender-based bullying or SOGI-based bullying in the law would compel schools targeted anti-bullying policies, establish reporting mechanisms, and implement SOGI-sensitive approaches. And lastly, on the data side, we call for the standardization of and integration of validated SOGI and violence measures into existing national surveys. So better data means better targeted interventions as well. And so these are necessary if we want that research to translate into change on the ground. And we'll close with this thought, no? And as the Philippines continues to strengthen its systems for child protection, health, and education, the evidence we generate must reflect the full diversity of Filipino children and adolescents. That means that no one, regardless of how they identify or express themselves, should be left out of our protection frameworks. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. Manuel, for your presentation and for documenting and analyzing this critical association. So we will have time to raise questions to the authors later in our Q&A. So in their presentations, both deep dives have identified conditions that are often underrepresented in policy discussions. And the next panel in Q&A will focus on what an evidence-informed and inclusive response looks like. So our discussants for this panel consist of our first panel member is Mr. Nicolas Tenazas, education specialist from UNICEF working on initiatives aimed at improving the Philippine education system. He is a senior development economist with extensive experience in education and social development across various organizations, including private, public, multilateral, and non-government entities. The second member of our panel is Ms. Jeanette Dulawan, who is the National Program Officer for Gender and Gender-Based Violence Coordination at UNFPA Philippines. With 18 years of experience, she has worked on gender equality, women's rights, and social inclusion across government, civil society, and international organizations. I would like to request our discussants to please proceed to the stage. Let us all give them a round of applause. This discussion will be moderated by Dr. Frances Ho, Technical Specialist from PIDS. She completed her Doctor of Medicine degree at UP-PGH. Frances has also authored several articles spanning internal medicine, cancer epidemiology, and care access, as well as health disparities, and who is currently also leading the clinical validation of the DRG grouping algorithm in partnership with our local specialty societies. Dr. Frances Ho, you may now proceed to the stage, and the floor is now yours to moderate the discussion. Let us give her a round of applause.
Thank you, Anne, and good afternoon po to our panel discussants, and good afternoon to everyone here today. So, the two studies that we heard today highlight an important reality. The conditions in which young people grow up, whether at home, in school, or in their communities, can have profound effects on their learning safety and future opportunities. So as we move into the discussion today, we'll focus not only on what the evidence tells us, but also on what it demands of us as policymakers, as practitioners, researchers, and advocates. How do we translate these findings into concrete actions that make Filipino adolescents safer, more included, and better supported to thrive, especially our more vulnerable, socio-diverse adolescents? So to kick things off, I'd like to hear panel reactions from our panel members today. So first, I would like to hear from Mr. Nicolas Tenazas, an educational specialist from UNICEF. So Mr. Tenazas.
Thank you. Good afternoon. First of all, I wanted to congratulate the authors of the study, but also I want to congratulate an often overlooked aspect of this one, which is the data collection. So I wanted to congratulate our team for continuously doing a good job. I mean, every time you have 90% or more retention every wave, then that's always an achievement, no? And then second, UNICEF is proud to be a partner of this longitudinal study. Our mandate is really, as you know, #ForEveryChild. So a lot of our work revolves around support for individuals 18 and below. And then my third message would be that while preparing for this panel, I also looked at the latest NDHS results, and the studies have complemented the results of the latest NDHS data. The 3 out of 5 children experiencing physical violence or violence at home is confirmed in the latest NDHS. Unfortunately, it's a bit consistent from the 2022 data, 2022 to 2025, but we're working on it. But one thing that I wanted to raise was the NDHS also gives us an idea of how many parents think it's acceptable to do like violent discipline or physical violence at home. So the figure is around 1 out of 5, I think. 1 out of 5 for males, and then 17% for female heads of the families or caretakers. The last point for this portion that I would like to make is that this violent discipline, this toxic stress at home, actually shows its effects early on. If you look at NDHS data, even as early as 5 years old, 6 years old, it represents a drag in terms of the likelihood of the child being developmentally on track. So you can imagine, even as early as 5 years old, 4 years old, 5 years old, 6 years old, entering the formal school system, they already have like barriers or challenges weighing them down before they even start formal schooling. So that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tenazas, for your reaction. Next, we'd like to hear from Ms. Jeanette Dolawan, Gender and Gender-Based Violence Officer at UNFPA.
Okay, thank you so much. So, of course, later on, I would dwell more, my comments more on the second study that was presented. But for now, I'm going to share our insights on the two studies. So again, thank you and congratulations to the authors for these important studies and for contributing to the growing body of longitudinal evidence on Filipino adolescents. What strikes me most about the study, both the studies embody the central theme of today's forum, Ugnayan. The findings remind us that adolescent well-being is not determined by a single event, a single institution, or a single moment in time. So it's rather shaped by interconnected experiences that accumulate through the life course. The first study demonstrates the experience of violence at age 10 can influence school participation several years later. The second study shows how identity, social inclusion, and experience of violence intersect during adolescence. Taken together, these studies reinforce a simple but important point. What happens to children and adolescents today shapes who they become tomorrow. From UNFPA's perspective, this is precisely why longitudinal evidence matters. Too often, policy discussions focus on immediate outcomes. Data allows us, or rather longitudinal data allows us to see our pathways, how early experiences influence later opportunities, where vulnerabilities accumulate, and where interventions can have the greatest impact. The first study shows that the violence in the home is not confined to the home. It affects educational participation and potentially future opportunities. The second study reminds us that exclusion and discrimination are not only questions of rights and protection, but they are also questions of belonging, participation, and well-being. So both studies, if you look into it, if you deep dive on it, we can see that it points to a broader development challenge where risk experienced during childhood and adolescence can accumulate and shape life trajectories into adulthood. So three themes stand out from this study and from the recommendations from these studies. First, prevention matters. The earlier we address violence, harmful social norms, and exclusion, the greater our opportunity to alter life trajectories before these advantages become entrenched into the lives of children and adults. Second, inclusion matters. Every adolescent should be able to participate, of course, to learn and thrive in environments that are safe, but also supportive and enabling. And the third one is that evidence matters. These studies demonstrated that the unique value of investing in data that make vulnerable populations visible and allow us to design more responsive policies and programs. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jeanette Dolawan, for giving your comments. So I'd like to kick things off with this discussion with a question. So my question will go to Mr. Tenazas. So actually, I was struck earlier by the reaction that you gave, sir, because you mentioned NDHS statistics, particularly that domestic violence at home actually remains quite prevalent. So I was struck by the statistic that you cited that around 20% of parents still think that it's acceptable to discipline their children in that way. So I wanted to ask, right, UNICEF has been a key partner in strengthening child protection systems within Philippine schools, and given that findings that parental violence at age 10 actually really measurably reduces school enrollment even years later, where do you see the critical gap in how the current school-based child protection infrastructure responds to children experiencing violence at home? So we've seen in the data, and you've cited that it's still very common. Where are the gaps in terms of how we help these children in the school setting?
Thank you for the question. So personally, I see home-based violence as a silent disaster, right? So it's a silent, human-induced disaster. So in that framing, we need to respond to it. We need to look at it in the usual ways you respond to disasters. So usually with natural disasters, what you do, you have preparedness, and then you have the actual response. Fortunately for this disaster, fortunately, this is completely preventable. So one pillar that we could do is actually on the prevention side. And then the other would be, again, some of it will still happen. It's inevitable. Then you have to respond. In the morning, Yusek Tapales mentioned about systems approach. Then that's what we want. There are certain programs that we already do. He mentioned that there are too many laws, maybe. Maybe we should get into implementing it properly so that we can see the results. One such thing in terms of the prevention side would be a lot of parental engagement, parental education, which the study has already identified. So for example, everyone knows about the Masayang Pamilya program, MAPA, for example. Just to highlight to everyone else who might not be familiar, a key component that it has is actually conducting dialogue between the parent and the adolescent child, for example. Can you imagine the breakthroughs that would happen if only a supervised environment for understood adolescents and parents to come together and talk it out, find a way forward, and things like that. So that's a major thing that we could expand a bit more. It's very difficult because we get into households, we get into individuals. There are 24 million kids enrolled in the public school system. And then on the response side, UNICEF has been supporting the rollout of Cane Plus D, for example. Cane Plus D. And the revised or the updated protocols, they're really child-centered. So a few items that we want to highlight is that, for example, if you're not equipped to interview the child, don't interview the child. If you're going to interview the child and ask him or her to recount what's going to happen, do it at one time. Don't do it repeatedly, different people asking questions, and then it actually mandates approach to case management and things like that. So it's not optional. It's not saying I can handle this at my level. Let me settle this here. Settlements are actually not allowed because the power dynamics is not balanced, right? So a lot of these difficult things we need to strengthen at the system level so that when things happen, people know that there's somewhere to turn to. Yeah, that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So I'd like to follow up with another question about what exactly does it take to close that gap at a population-based scale? So we mentioned earlier the need to scale this up and to make sure that this reaches as many children, as many families as possible. But in terms of, for example, parental engagement, and in terms of engaging in dialogue with them, and even in terms of managing cases in a systematic way that prevents power asymmetries, how exactly do you implement such an ambitious vision at the scale that we are looking at in terms of our schools right now? Yes, but ma'am, you're also free to answer if you'd like.
Okay. So so for this, the problem is everything is a priority, right? So if we look at budgets, where will budgets go? What do we spend on first, right? So that's the reason why UNICEF has been working in terms of the first 1,000 days, the second 1,000 days, so that the foundations would be strong. But the budget is not the only determinant. For example, we have committees set up in the schools for the protection of children in barangays, right? But as you all know, it's the same people having the same responsibilities in different committees, and when do they prioritize what committee they should work on, right? So I can't believe that I'm going to say this as an economist, but we need more people. We need to hire more people to actually focus on the work. So it's going to provide jobs for qualified individuals, but it's going to give the focused attention needed to really do it. I mean, we've been trying to do it in the past. The results are varied. Maybe it's about time to try something a bit different, so that we can see if the results would change. Yeah.
Okay, so since Nicholas talked about also priorities, so I would like to also present our insights in terms of using also gender-based violence prevention perspective. So again, we believe that, of course, violence emanates also from power imbalance and gender relations and harmful norms. So we look at one priorities. Of course, we need to continue transforming harmful social and gender norms that normalize violence within families or even within communities. And prevention, again, we focus more on prevention, looking at prevention only on not only responding after violence occurs. We also need to address beliefs and practices that allow violence to be tolerated or even justified. Again, going back, positive parenting approaches, nonviolent discipline, and stronger engagement of fathers and male caregivers are important entry points for preventing violence before it even escalates. And then second, in terms of priority, we need more accessible and even coordinated and adolescent responsive services. So I think going back also to the points raised a while ago in terms of a systemic approach, so we look into education, health, and the social welfare system, each providing opportunities for early identification and support. And the third is a stronger governance, institutional capacity, and accountability, where education, the health and social welfare and local government institutions come together or have a role in identifying risks, coordinating responses, and ensuring that no child falls through the cracks in services. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you so much, Ms. Jeanette and Mr. Nicolas, for sharing these insights. So what I'm hearing is three things, right? So first, we have to channel a tremendous amount of resources and manpower, and this needs to be a multi-sectoral effort. Next, I also hear that this has to be a culturally appropriate effort, right? That this is something that's gender sensitive and that is targeted to the situation of families today. But jumping off of what you said, Ms. Jeanette, you mentioned, right, that gender-based violence, you mentioned earlier in your reaction that gender-based violence and even our conceptions of gender in general, it's not just a question of protection or safety, it's also a question of culture, it's also a question of gender norms, and it's even a question of education and human capital issues, as we've seen in our presentations earlier. But from a gender-based violence perspective, how can government agencies, particularly in education, health, and social welfare, better identify these risks early and integrate violence prevention into existing programs for children and families?
As I've said also the three priorities a while ago, but in terms of determining also the risk, again, putting emphasis on the roles of education, the social welfare system, and the health system. But maybe what's more important is to before identifying these risks, it's very important to also go back to the results of the studies wherein it presented the adolescent issue it's also a well-being issue, wherein the violence can affect mental health, educational participation, and for future opportunity. What's particularly important about the study is that the gendered nature of these impacts. I think this is very important to look into, because if you don't look at the gendered nature of these impacts, even if we have a coordinated system or collaborative work among the educational, social welfare, and health systems, it won't be as relevant as to the issues that the gendered nature of these impacts. So the findings really talked about how girls exposed to parental violence face even higher risks of school disengagement, reminds us that violence often reinforces existing gender inequalities. So again, education, the educational system comes in as one entry point in terms of working, responding to parental violence affecting girls especially. And then we also we have to look into emotional violence wherein it disproportionately affects girls again, which may be less visible than physical violence, but its consequences can be equally profound. So this also relates to the role of the the health and social welfare system. And then in terms of again, how can government systems identify these risks? We go back again to transforming harmful gender norms and accessible and coordinated adolescent responsive services.
Thank you, ma'am. So, but what, I guess this is a question that I'd like to ask both members of the panel. What do these findings tell us about the deeper gender norms, the stigma, and the social attitudes that make our adolescents, like even within the context of their family, and especially towards SOGI diverse adolescents, what are the social attitudes that make them vulnerable? And what shifts are most needed to create safer environments for them, given these norms and attitudes?
Okay, so in terms of the findings, again, on the second study, the findings tell us that vulnerabilities experienced by SOGI-SC diverse adolescents are rooted not only in individual acts of discrimination, but in deeper norms, stigma, and social attitudes. The findings also show that SOGI diverse adolescents face significantly higher risks of both domestic violence and bullying. What is particularly important that of these disparities persist even after accounting for socioeconomic factors. The findings on gender expression, for me, is very revealing, wherein the elevated risk of domestic violence among gender non-conforming girls suggests that homes may sometimes become spaces where traditional expectations on femininity are enforced through punishment or control. When it comes to, at the same time, the heightened risk of bullying among gender non-conforming boys highlights how peer environments continue to police rigid expectations of masculinity. Boys who do not conform, we saw in the study that boys who do not conform to dominant expectations of how males should look, behave, or express themselves may face ridicule, exclusion, and victimization from their peers. So together, these findings suggest that many forms of violence are rooted in efforts to enforce conformity to traditional gender norms. From the perspective of gender-based violence prevention, these findings remind us that violence experienced by SOGI-SC is not separate from broader efforts to address gender inequality. In many ways, this brings back to the theme of Ugnayan, where the findings remind us that adolescent experiences are shaped not only by individual identities, but also by relationships with families, with their peers, and within the community and schools and institutions. So when these connections are characterized by acceptance and support, adolescents are more likely to thrive. But when these relationships are marked by stigma, exclusion, and violence, vulnerabilities deepen and opportunities narrow. So these are very important so that it will also lead us to identify what are the shifts that we need. Again, going back to what I have mentioned a while ago, is that the need to continue transforming harmful gender norms. Second, an inclusive and adolescent responsive service. And then, of course, the continuation of investing in evidence and visibility. One of the strengths of the study, I guess, is that it generated a robust Philippine, the evidence on experiences that are often underrepresented in data systems. So this one, the data helps us identify who is being left behind and ensure that policies and programs respond to actual needs and realities of adolescents. So again, going back to the gendered impacts of this violence, and then at the same time, looking into what are the shifts needed.
In our decades of working with the Department of Education, we have come to learn the terms PARDO and SARDO. These are pupils at risk of dropping out and students at risk of dropping out. The study has identified significant effects in terms of school attendance, while the effects on learning or learning outcomes are a bit mixed. But just in terms of attendance, important that to have a gender lens on this one, because we will be able to tailor fit the solution. So for example, when teachers, then shout out to all the teachers because the burden will also fall to them. But for example, when teachers try to remediate, there are different approaches that need to be done for boys and girls. And because there are also different reasons for them being not interested in school or wanting to drop out, then you also have to go back to that root cause. Why are you not interested? Are you hungry? Are you being hurt at home? Are you really just having trouble with the lessons? And even, for example, if you do remediation programs, a gender lens that can be applied, for example, would be if you do it after school, in a school that has already 2 shifts, it's already late in the afternoon or early evening. If females are required to attend the remediation program, then what happens to them when they go home? Is it still safe for them to go home, or will they attend knowing that they would finish late? Things like that. So studies like this really give us a deeper insight into how we can refine the implementation that is so far leaves a lot to be desired in terms of producing the intended results. So thank you again to our colleagues working tirelessly on this one. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Dulawan and Mr. Tenazas, for these insights. So, jumping off of what you said, sir, about how we have to refine these implementation considerations, right? When we're talking about how to protect these children, you have to be gender-based, even in terms of how we think. But I wanted to ask, in terms of what other countries are doing, for example, on this issue, what models of school-based early identification and psychosocial support have been done in other places that have shown the most promise in these contexts, like especially for these children, where you have to be refined, right, in terms of how you approach protecting these children, and has to be context sensitive. So, what models of school-based early identification have you seen that have worked in contexts similar to ours?
So it's difficult to identify like key countries, right? So if you look at first world countries, you would see that, look, their system is working, but what's often not seen is that the whole societal preparation getting to that point is completely different from what we have. So we can't just use. And then there are other countries that maybe are similar to us in terms of economic standing, but there might be differences in religion. There might be differences in culture. So there's a bit of nuancing again that we need to do in terms of what forces them or what creates the conditions for their society to act in that way. I would like to bring it back to the Philippine context, in the sense that we're happy that we're able to see in a couple of more progressive schools wherein I keep on asking, is bullying present, or are you being harmed in any way? And it's a societal understanding by the students themselves. There's a culture of tolerance. There's a culture of respect for each other. Even my kids, I keep on asking them, does this happen in your school? Every time we see things on the news, I ask them, does this happen in your school? And then they said, no, not really, because there are certain provisions that are in place. There are also what you call upstander programs, wherein it's actually the kids who stand up for their colleagues, their classmates, things like that. So we need like a deeper understanding of the Filipino psyche so that we can tailor fit our response to it. And the last point would be really to start really early. When the parents start realizing that they're going to have kids, have like additional interventions for the parents, and then sustain that support until the children are born, until they become adolescents and beyond. So that's it.
So I have one closing question before we move to the open forum. So I think in preparation for that, if you have any questions, like I'd like to encourage you to write them down or to prepare them so that when it's time to open the floor, you can come forward. But my last question is that given that general anti-bullying and violence laws already exist, what gaps remain in protecting SOGI diverse children from gender-based bullying and violence? So like now we're shifting gears, right, from a whole of society approach back to a policy and governance approach. But do these gaps necessarily warrant a dedicated law? And what are your thoughts on this? So I'd like to ask this to both panelists.
Okay, in terms of policy, you're referring to policy gaps, right? And program gaps?
Yeah, legislation.
In terms of the policy gaps, I would reinforce Dr. A while ago one resource person talked about policy gap in terms of refining the Anti-Bullying Act, where I think it's very important to look into what are the school-based children protection mechanisms that should be in place. Of course, we have the Safe Spaces Act in terms of SOGI-based sexual harassment. However, these I think it's really very important. So I think of the Safe Spaces Act, again, is also very important. That's also one policy win that we have in the Philippines. But again, of course, going back to how policies are being implemented, that I think that's one important thing that we also look into. Thank you.
Okay. My answer would be two parts. First part is that if we require a lot of laws, then that would say a lot about the kind of society we have. If we need to make everything into a law, it would not speak well about the Filipino society and how we need to be coerced every time, right? That's number one. But number two, I think the motherhood statement that still applies here would be that incentives matter. I mean, why do these things happen? Even if sometimes the people committing the acts, they know that it's not good. They know that it has long-term effects. But the question is, why does it still happen, right? So we need like a real deeper dive into incentive structures, and then how we can address those, not necessarily always through like legislation or like national laws, but to make individuals realize that there's a better way forward. And it's also in my best interest. It's in my best interest. It's in the best interest of my kids. If I do it this way, that would be far stronger than any legislation that we would be able to conjure up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we'd like to open the floor for questions. So please feel free to raise your hand if you have a question you'd like to ask. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Gandang hapon, I'm Nina Castillo Carandang, health sociologist from the UP College of Medicine. Just some observations first. Our official definition of youth is 15 to 30 years old. Tama po ba? Okay, can I just look at show of hands? Ilan po ang below 30 dito? Okay, my point is clear that there aren't many people of the youth who are here today, and I think we can do something about it, number one. Number two, I'd like to congratulate the team from University of San Carlos. Maayo man ang inyong gibuhat na trabaho over the years. No? Congratulations. I think we also lack a discussion about the social determinants of youth well-being. No? And intersectionality. So parang marami ho tayo nabanggit, pero actually pag tinali-tali mo yon, it's a social determinants of youth well-being that we want to focus on. And I do not agree that incentivizing behavior is the answer to all of our societal ills. Laws don't work because they are corrupted. I think a lot of role modeling and inner searching. So I'd like to ask the panel, what do you think about it? And then for the research team, I'm speaking here as a qualitative researcher. Do you actually think there's a role for putting your own positionality in the data set and in the analysis you are doing? It makes a very different analysis. Multiple regression, whatever you want to put it. But what do you think about putting a positionality statement and a reflexive statement also as part of your analysis? So that we also understand from what lens you are viewing this particular phenomenon. But lastly, our team with international colleagues just launched a youth co-creation for health guide. Please take a look at it. This is now the youth creating solutions for problems they feel they are important. So you might want to take, it's a freely downloadable resource, Youth Co-Creation Guide. Salamat po.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Nina Carandang, for your question. So as a young person myself and Gen Z, that really resonates. But I think first we'd like to hear from the authors of the study. I think they have a response to the question.
Thank you, Doc Nina. It's always a very hard question. But in terms of reflexivity, I think the traditional way of doing reflexivity is qualitative. So I think it would be a great idea to kind of start including reflexivity in quantitative investigation. I think one of the, I would say, the effort that we've done to at least, gather the insights of the community is to, to interview them and be part of the co-authorship because they know the situation, the context. No? So from a methodological standpoint, I think we should start to kind of mesh that idea of including reflexivity. We need your guidance on this, how to kind of combine those two. The quantitative and qualitative, some of the ideas in qualitative investigation using reflexivity, including in quantitative investigation. I don't know if I answered your question, Doc, but yun. But thanks for that.
I'm happy, Val, that you're open.
Yeah.
Very,
very
FYI,
open.
Val was my student many years ago.
Very, very open po.
When he was a very young researcher pa, no?
That was 2 decades ago, so mas... But thank you po, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Doc Val, for your response. So I think one component of Dr. Nina's question was also related to how it's not enough to incentivize better behavior, right? So our panelists have a response to that. So I first like to give the floor to Ms. Jeanette Dulawan.
For me, again, and from the perspective of our experiences at the UNFPA, I think it's really very important to look into, as I mentioned a while ago, one of the priorities is really transforming gender or harmful gender norms. I think this is one of the major major reasons why we have SOGSC or even gender-based violence. So from this lens, one, for me, maybe not incentivizing, again, I agree with your point in terms of not incentivizing values or behaviors or attitudes, but looking deep, if we'll want to look deeper into how norms really affect our attitude towards especially people of diverse OGSC, then again, transforming harmful gender norms is one important aspect that we have to look into.
Yep, from my side, I completely agree. Fortunately, the market for the solutions to the problems that we have is not a zero-sum game. So there's room for a lot of collaboration and different frameworks for the solutions that we are looking for. I think the important thing here would be really, as she mentioned, open-mindedness to work together, and of course coordination really, so that efforts are not duplicated, and then there's a unifying theme, I guess, to the various solutions that we are putting forward. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. For such an intersectional issue, we really need very interdisciplinary and multi-sectoral solutions. So are there any further questions from our audience? Yes, po.
Good afternoon. My name is Gian. I'm from the Psychological Association of the Philippines, LGBT Psychology Special Interest Group. So first, congratulations po to the researchers. And I'm happy to see that also PIDS focus on LGBTQ plus related topics. I have two questions. One is for the researchers. My question for them is, the topic is very sensitive, and when we usually study LGBTQ plus population, there must be ethical safeguards that we do. So I'm just curious, paano po in-address yung potential ethical issues studying LGBTQ plus youth? And I think we have minor participants also. For the panel members, my question is about conversion practices. We no longer call them conversion therapy because therapy is should heal people, but conversion therapy is harmful and also abusive. My question is, since you are from the UN, I am just curious what steps you to fight conversion practices, and also your thoughts about the potential trajectory of fighting conversion-related practices in the Philippines, also globally. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. First, we'd like to call on the study authors to address the first part of the question about ethical safeguards.
Okay, thank you for that question. No? So because we use the secondary data, no? So we relied on the ethics of the OPS. No? Perhaps, ma'am, you could say something about the ethics consideration. Then perhaps I'll kind of piggyback on the answer from
all our study protocols are reviewed by the Single Joint Research Ethics Board of the Department of Health, and we also administer proper consulting. Because they are minors, we first get consent from, did I say consulting? Consenting. We first get consent from their parents, and then get consent from the index children themselves. Yeah. And also, as mentioned earlier, the questions on SOGI were done through a self-administered questionnaire for privacy.
And to add, so I think when we were doing the SOGI paper, we also tried to reach out to the community, no? So because we might be missing something, especially the technical definition of it, etc. No? So we, Dr. Winlove Moica was very grateful in providing advice and the right narrative and storyline that we need to include in the data set. So there's some element of reaching out to the community to make sure na wala kaming nakalimutan.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ulep. Next, I'd like to move to the second part of the question about what are the steps that the United Nations is taking in terms of conversion practices.
To be transparent, I'm not very familiar with it. However, I think thank you for also bringing that up, because as I've seen also in one of the limitations provided by Aaron a while ago, looking into TFGBV, and then I think that's what the conversion steps also, I think this is one opportunity that we can also look into, given also that we have limited knowledge or even maybe programming regarding this matter.
Thank you very much. So we have room for one last question. Yes, ma'am.
Actually, I was interested when I see that the study is on sexual orientation and experiences of domestic violence and bullying among Filipino adolescents. But I was expecting that the presentation would be how girls, boys, and persons with diverse SOGI experience bullying and violence. Because when we say SOGI, all people have SOGI. So girls should have different experience in terms of violence and bullying because of their SOGI. Boys have different experience, and LGBT have different experience, but the emphasis is more on LGBT persons. So I think it would be better if we see from that perspective, given that our framework is SOGI. So, yun lang po. It's a comment actually. I'm from the Center for the Gender Equality and Women's Human Rights of the Commission on Human Rights.
Thank you po for your comment. Study team, I think they would like to give a response.
Thank you, ma'am, for that question. Maybe Aaron will provide additional insights. No, so this is a quantitative investigation. So we try to disaggregate boys and girls in the model, and there is variation in terms of the effect. No. And I think that's just the general idea that the girls and girls and boys might be experiencing different mechanisms. No, that's why you see variation in the effect. No, but if your question is like digging deeper into the factors, I think maybe a qualitative investigation will somehow help explain that variation. Yeah, so we really stop in the estimating the effect. No, I'm not sure if I answered your question. Okay.
Therefore, there should be a differentiation on the experience of girls given their SOGI, experience of boys given their SOGI, and the experience of LGBTQI persons given their SOGI, so that we would be able to understand how they experience bullying, domestic violence. So given that our framework is SOGI in analyzing the data.
Okay. Thank you for that question. Actually, dun sa methodology po namin, yes, tama po, no, everybody has SOGI. And yung analysis po namin include all adolescents, no, regardless of their sex assigned at birth. And then, yes po, we have analysis on with the LGBTQ, and then we also stratified it by sex. So basically, lahat po naman na kumbaga na account po for the analysis. No, basically una, yung lahat po ng adolescents, and then yung bisexes. So kung titingnan po natin dun sa categories po ng SOGI, we have the diverse and non-diverse categories po. And yun po yung differentiation po na makikita natin. Thank you po for that.
And I think the international norms. So basically we followed the international norms. So ma'am, I'm a bit confused on what framework you're using for SOGI, but I think part of the of this study is to really look at to do a reconnaissance of how they operationally define SOGI, and this is how they do it. So I'm not sure like how you're mentioning that everyone in the 3,000 sample is SOGI. Is that what you're saying?
Everyone has SOGI. I'm saying that everyone has SOGI. Even girls has SOGI, boys has SOGI,
Okay.
LGBT persons has
Okay, got
SOGI. So I'm expecting that there should be a differentiated accounts of the experience of girls given their SOGI, experience of boys given their SOGI, and the experience of LGBT persons or LGBT children given their SOGI, so that we would be able to address their differentiated needs given we are trying to develop policies that responds to their schooling experiences. I think dapat ganun yung I'm not saying na pero ganun po dapat given na yung discussions kanina is yung framework is SOGI.
Okay, sige. Thank you po.
Thank you very much for your questions, and thank you to our study team and to our panelists for providing their insights. So, as we conclude this session, I'd like to highlight a few key insights that emerged from both the research and our discussion. First, that adolescent well-being is shaped by the environments in which young people live, learn, and grow. So the studies presented today show that experiences of violence, whether at home or in school, can have lasting consequences for education, like in enrollment, and even in future academic performance, as well as safety and development. Second, the evidence reminds us that risks are not distributed equally, and that some adolescents face heightened vulnerabilities due to their gender expression, due to their sexual orientation or social environment. Third, these findings reinforce the value of longitudinal data, because by following young people over time, we are better able to understand not only what challenges they face, but also how those challenges affect outcomes later in life. And finally, addressing these issues requires a whole of society response. It's not just laws, it's not just incentive structures or dialogues. Like, these are completely intersectional approaches that require us to work hand in hand with one another. Families, schools, communities, civil societies, development partners, and government all have a role to play in creating environments where Filipino adolescents, regardless of their sexual orientation or gender identity or expression, can feel safe, included, and supported. So on behalf of the PIDS and our partners, thank you to our presenters, to our discussants, and our participants for a really thoughtful and important conversation this afternoon. We hope that our discussion contributes to more evidence-informed policies for Filipino adolescents. So I'd like to give the floor back to our host, Ms. Anne Ray.
Thank you for our discussants and Dr. Francis for facilitating. We'd just like to request the discussants and Dr. Francis to please stay on stage for a quick photo opportunity of the panel. Please stay on stage po for a photo opportunity. For our photographers, you may take the photo now of our panel. So again, thank you to our discussants and to Dr. Francis for facilitating, and also to our audience for raising difficult but very important questions that we hope that this forum is, the questions won't end here, but instead it will catalyze for future discussions, no, and similar or other studies in the future by maximizing the data that we have from LCSFC. All right, so thank you again to our panel for this afternoon session. To synthesize today's discussions and to deliver the closing remarks, we invite Dr. Ulep once again to the stage for his message. Let us give him a round of applause.
So, good afternoon, everyone. So gusto ko lang pong magpasalamat. So, Firstly, I would like to thank UNFPA, our friends from USC, OPS. Without them, wala po tayong magandang longitudinal data. So I also want to thank my colleagues at PIDS, Public Affairs, for mounting this event, no? The HEFP team, specifically Aaron, Manuel, for leading and doing most of the heavy lifting in organizing this event, no? So maraming salamat, no? So as we close today's forum, allow me to offer a brief synthesis of what we heard today, no? So, and I want to keep echoing the term Ugnayan, no? Ugnayan is a Filipino term, which means connection, relationships, and interconnectedness, no? So when we were discussing about the theme or the overall narrative of this event, we chose this term to frame that adolescence cannot be understood as a single moment, which Ma'am Fita mentioned a while ago, no? The present circumstances of Filipino adolescents are shaped by what came before. So early childhood conditions, family environments, schooling experiences, community safety, poverty, gender norms, and the policies and investments that surrounded them, no? So, but the message of today from our panelists, from our presenters, I would say it's forward-looking, no? The present, the current or the present state now will shape the future of our children, no? So, what adolescents experience today, the support they receive, the violence they endure, or are protected from, the inclusion or exclusion they face, the opportunities they are given will influence their health, learning, productivity, relationships, and overall life trajectories in adulthood, no? So this is why, again, the longitudinal data from UNFPA and from UCS, OPS are trying to bring, no? That's why we are very, very grateful for UNFPA and UCS and OPS for creating this data set, no? That we researchers are, I would say, enjoying. So we were reminded that adolescence is a critical period for human capital formation, education, work readiness, mental health, and sexual and reproductive health are not separate issues, no? They are deeply connected. They are deeply connected. A young person who is struggling in school may always be facing stress at home. A young person experiencing violence may also experience poor learning outcomes, reduced self-esteem, or limited aspiration. A young person excluded because of gender identity or expression may also face bullying, isolation, and barriers to services. So the afternoon deep dives naman further reminded us that home, school, and community must be safe places. When the home is not safe, the effects can extend far beyond the household. Violence affects learning, confidence, and participation. So, para sa akin, there are three messages that stands out. So first, adolescent policy must be life course, and I think we've heard this many times in DOH or PhilHealth, for example. So we cannot wait until problems become visible in adolescents before we act. Early disadvantages accumulate, and early investment also accumulates, no? So this means that intervention in nutrition, parenting support, early childhood care, basic education, mental health, child protection, and social protection. And that's the reason why in the last 5 years at PIDS we've been doing a lot of work on this because we believe in human capital investment. So we're helping EDCOM, DOH, or DepEd in realizing this, no? Second, adolescent well-being is multisectoral by nature. So no single agency can address this issue. But I think we hope that we still provide accountability of this different, the multisectorality of the problem. No? Sometimes we hide under the, the issue of multisectorality, and we don't want accountability because of that. No? So the challenge is not only to design good programs, but to connect them better so that adolescents do not fall through the cracks of fragmented system And I think the executive director of CWC has clearly described the issue of fragmentation of the different policy. So, and lastly, evidence must lead into action. So the longitudinal cohort study of UNFPA UC part of the Australian government is really important in realizing this. No? So let me also emphasize inclusion, which is also a very important part of the discussion. So if we are serious about adolescent well-being, we must design systems for adolescents, not only for those who are easiest to reach, easiest to classify, or easiest to serve. Inclusive policy means recognizing the different risks, different identities, and different families. No? So as we end this, this event, I hope you've learned something new, something different. And we've learned, maybe for our next event, we'll make it better and we will present more studies. No? So maraming pong salamat, and that's it. No? That's the end of our session. Maraming salamat. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc Val, for that message. To our on-site participants, please don't leave just yet, as our media team would like to invite everyone to please watch and appreciate this video from the media team.
On behalf of the Philippine Institute for Development Studies, I extend our warmest welcome and sincerest appreciation to all our partners, colleagues, and distinguished guests from government, development organizations, academia, civil society, and the private sector.
The LCSFC is designed to collect data on a nationally representative sample of Filipinos who transition from childhood to young adulthood.
The study helps us understand when trajectories begin to diverge.
We need to use evidence, we need to act.
Ugnayan emphasizes the interconnectedness across time, wherein a child or adolescent's present is shaped by their past, and the future will be shaped by the present or by what we do today.
An important question confronts us. How are Filipino adolescents truly faring, and what evidence can guide us in supporting them more effectively? Today's forum therefore seeks to answer that question.
The message is that any stage in life can be isolated, and those experiences also shape future outcomes and opportunities. What the emergency evidence increasingly shows is that these are not separate issues, they are deeply interconnected. Again,
To sum it up, these patterns remind us that adolescent is not simply a set of separate indicators, it is a sequence of connected transitions. What happens in one area, it can shape what happens in the others.
Your insights and experiences in your respective fields will help the Philippine government and its development partners to create policies and programs that deliver lasting change.
While the school milieu is very important in defining the learning experience, it's also as important to look at the wider ecosystem that the youth is involved in. For instance, how are their families like? What enabling environment is provided for them in terms of schooling? What are their experiences as they go through the process of adolescence?
What we want is that every young person in the Philippines is a narrative. That has strong roots, that can grow up and can achieve his or her full potential.
Evidence alone does not create change, but evidence can eliminate problems, challenge assumptions, identify solutions, and guide better decisions.
This allows us to observe not just outcomes, but the pathways behind them. So we can see how major life transitions unfold from puberty and schooling transitions to work, relationships, and eventual family formation.
Question now is whether we will act on the evidence with sufficient,
It also represents potential
ways forward for policy reforms on youth development.
We really need this particular data in relation to our policy formulation in order for us to be responsive enough to the needs of our learners.
Together, we work towards improved learning, well-being, and life outcomes for Filipino children and adults.
Adolescence is a critical window where early disadvantage can either be addressed or it can be carried.
These experiences accumulate over time, influencing not only their present well-being, but also outcomes in education, health, employment, and productivity.
This is why investing in adolescents and youth is both a social and economic imperative.
We are hopeful that today's forum inspire new partnerships and strengthen our collective efforts toward building a future where every Filipino adolescent has the opportunity to thrive.
Let us all thank and give our media team a round of applause for quickly generating that video. Maraming salamat po. So just a few reminders. The speakers' presentations will be available on the PIDS website through the link provided on the screen and the Facebook comment section for our online viewers. For our on-site attendees, please help us improve our program by completing the feedback survey form. Your insights will help us improve future events as well. Feel free to approach our registration booth to claim your event token after submitting the form. We encourage you to keep in touch with us as well. You need to follow PIDS, UNFPA, and USC OPS on social media and visit our websites for more updates and information on our future events. And that officially brings us to the close of the Ugnayan National Dissemination Forum on the Longitudinal Studies of Filipino Adolescents. So on behalf of PIDS, UNFPA, USC OPS, and the Australian government, we thank all of our speakers, discussants, moderators, and everyone who joined us today. Thank you and good afternoon. That officially ends our Facebook Live attendance as well. Maraming salamat po. So we now invite again all participants